we're going to give you breaks.
I do hate that we can't do this in person.
And we've got orange juice and pastries here. They're good.
Good.
Oh. Yeah, this is my first introduction and it's remote.
I want to know where those pastries are because I haven't seen them yet, David.
Are they being DoorDash to us?
Well, just leave it to me to always, throw, push the envelope. Of you who don't know me, part of my personality.
All right, Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and kick us off if you're ready to go.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Transit Authority's annual get-together. We have traditionally done a retreat about this time, either at the end of the year or very beginning of the year, annually. Unfortunately, the last one that we did was pretty much almost 2 years ago now. So that we've got some time to make up. Over that period, we've gotten a lot of new members on the Transit Authority. So we're certainly going to take time to meet and greet those new members today, as well as for everybody else to kind of catch up very quickly. But again, just wanted to say welcome from a staff. From a logistical standpoint, or just some of the housekeeping items, if you could, please keep your camera on if you can, because that does help everybody feel like they're in an interactive environment. Also, if you're going to step away, if you've got something to do for a few minutes, if you could just put that in the chat, just in case we were to pop into a break or some type of breakout, we would know what your status was. If your name's sitting there and your camera's off and we don't know really where you went, that's helpful for us just to facilitate. Again, we know that people have got things going on in the background, and everybody might need to step away outside of a break for sure, but that's just helpful for us. But with that, we're going to kick it off, and I'm going to turn it over to Madam Chair for some opening remarks, and then we'll get started.
Yes, I just want to say good morning and welcome everybody to our 2021 Raleigh Transit Authority retreat. I echo David's sentiments. I wish we could meet in person. It would be so much more fun, but we are going to have an engaging and informative day today. I'm glad that we have a good number of new members, which is great that we're having this opportunity to do orientation and spend some time together. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
All right. Well, David, want me to take it from here?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. My name is Warren Miller with Fountain Works. It's good to see you all. I'm going to be facilitating the retreat today, or parts of it. And what I'm going to do is share my screen here. Hopefully everyone can see it. And just go ahead and walk through our agenda, what we're going to be doing. So over on the right-hand side, 3 things that we want to accomplish today. We're going to go through an orientation. So staff's going to walk through. There are some topics that they've prepared, things that they want to make sure that you understand. And so they're going to be giving some presentations for the first part of the session. And you'll have a chance to ask questions and have a bit of discussion on this. But that's going to be the first segment of the day. And then the second thing that we're going to be doing is giving you a chance to just think about the kind of impact that you want to have, what your vision is for transit in Raleigh, what you want transit to be, what you want transit to do, what's the kind of impact that you want to have as a board and on the community. And then the third thing that we'll be doing in the afternoon is giving you a chance to think about what are those initiatives, what are those priorities, what are those things that you want to set as items that will help move the needle for transit. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that and set the stage for that. You already have a transit plan. And so these are things that can help supplement that, complement that, other things that you can make a priority for staff to focus on, to spend time, to spend resources on. So those are the three big outcomes that we're looking to work on. You've got the agenda over to the left. Don't worry, we are going to give you some breaks here. We're going to go through in just a moment. We're going to give you a chance to just do some introductions to each other, and then we're going to get into the staff presentations. After the presentations, we're going to give you a break, and we want to make sure you've got a good amount of time to break, because as Karen said, it is unusually beautiful out right now. So we really do hope that you can get out and stretch and just enjoy a little bit of this great weather. So we'll take a break after the presentations. We'll do the visioning exercise. And then we're going to give you a lunch break that is going to be about 45 minutes. And so you can plan on noon-ish for that. It won't be exactly right at noon, but somewhere in that range. And we'll go for about 45 minutes. And then we'll reconvene in the afternoon and we'll get into that priority setting, and then give you a chance to just do some reflection as we wrap up. We are set to go till 3 o'clock. We'll see how it goes. We may get done a little bit earlier. I know that Zoom meetings, online meetings are really tired. So we just recognize that. So we want to try to pace ourselves today and just make the best of it, knowing that in the future, hopefully you can do this in person. But we want to make this interactive, give you a chance to do some small group conversations, some full group conversations. So you're really going to be doing a lot of talking throughout the day once we work through the staff presentations. So myself and Mason Chambly from FountainWorks are going to be helping to support you today. And Mason is on site over at Union Station with David and his team. David's team is going to be here to also answer questions and be a support for you. And they are both, some of them are in Union Station, some of them are virtual. And also this meeting is being live streamed. So just so you know, that we do have those folks who want to be able to watch the discussion are able to do that. So we're really glad to be able to have that option here, that folks aren't able to participate who are watching. And then just a few things to think about for today. Of course, if you are having any technical issues with audio or video, please let us know. Mason can be your first point of contact, but Mason and I can help you out with that if you're just having any kind of issues. We would ask that everybody rename yourself if you haven't already. So just make sure we know who to call on and just have that identified. I thought I saw one person might be joining by phone. So just again, if you're able to let us know who you are, that would be really helpful. Yeah, and again, we'll really ask you to keep your cameras on. So virtual meetings are a little harder to pay attention to. And we just know that if you're able to keep your camera on and just kind of engage with each other, that'll help us focus and just be more interactive. So, and we invite you to bring your life into your video. If you have pets or kids or whatever might be running by, don't worry. We're just happy to have you here. So as we go through this, we just ask you to be present, try to stay focused. If you need anything, let us know, be curious, and stretch yourself a little bit today. Some of you are new to the board. You probably have a lot of questions. Maybe you feel like you should know something because you're a board member, even if you've been on for a little while. Maybe you really want to ask that question of one of your colleagues or just challenge yourself today. So we just encourage you to take a bit of risk today, really explore, be curious, think what might be possible for the impact that you want to have. You're all giving up most of your Friday today. We really want to make this worth your time, worth the community's time. So last thing I'll say is that we're going to be using for this discussion, we're going to be using this mural whiteboard, which you're looking at right here. So I'm going to be moving it around, and we'll be taking notes on it. We're going to try to capture the key highlights of the conversation. But if we don't capture something that's really important, or we don't capture it quite the right way, please speak up. Let us know if we need to add something, if we need to capture it. That's really important to make sure that when we come out of this, we're all clear about what we said, what we decided, what's important. So please hold us accountable. We'll try to have some fun today, and just enjoy each other's time and camaraderie. And with that, just want to check in and see if anyone has question, particularly on the outcomes that we're trying to go through, or just any questions about the agenda. So we're a relatively small group. If you want to speak up, feel free to just jump in, or if you want to raise your hand, that's fine too, and you can use the bar at the bottom of your screen. So with that, what we're going to do is give you a chance to just talk with each other a little bit more. And so the question that we have for you is really about, why are you here? Why is it that you wanted to serve? What called you to serve? And so the question that we have for you, and what we're going to do is we're going to have you pair up in some breakout groups, and you'll be paired up with one of your colleagues. So just be two of you in a breakout room. And we want you to interview your colleague and then be able to report back to everyone about some of the key things your colleague said. So if you have a piece of paper, note, want to take some notes, however you like to take notes, we're going to do just a quick interview. So we'll take about 10 minutes for you to interview each other. And the question again is, what is it? Was there a life experience or something from your life story that led you to serve on the board? So why is it that transit is important to you? Was there an experience that you had? Was there something that really happened, resonated with you? But why is it that you want to serve on transit? And what was that moment in your life, an experience that you had that really called you and propelled you to take this on as a board that you're serving on? So we want you to interview each other with that question, and really just understand that why you're here. So what we'll do, we're going to put you in a breakout group for 10 minutes. We'll give you some notices and let you know when you have about 5 minutes left, and then when you have about 1 minute left. So we'll give you a couple notices that'll pop up. If you need anything, you can just call me and I'll jump in your breakout room if you have any questions. But let me just ask, any questions about what we're doing in this interview?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Are we recording, like if I'm interviewing, say, Talupe, am I telling her story when we come back to the— Okay.
Yes. So you will tell her story. Yeah. Okay. So with any other questions?
I need a minute. I don't have any. I got to go grab some, but I guess I'll do that after you put us in our breakout room.
Yeah. We'll put you in a breakout room and give you a bit of time. So with that, Mason, if you could go ahead, we're going to just do this randomly here, get you into breakout rooms, and we'll see you all back in about 10 minutes. Oh, hi there. Hi there. Can you hear me? I see you, but I don't know. I've got you as phone FFWGC. Can you hear me okay? You can take it *6. We'll unmute you. on your phone. Try that if you're calling.
Yes, that's just my cell phone. I got my
Okay.
cell phone in my desktop as well. So
Okay,
you can
are you?
This is Richard Vincent. He's with he's our staff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay,
He's one of the transit.
sorry, Richard.
no problem.
I'm Dar
I'm
Tenori.
also-
I'm one of the city attorneys. I'll just be listening in.
A little feedback there. Well, glad to have you.
I can't even hear.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. And Mason, just want to make sure you're all set up.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mason, we've got a little echo. If you want to put in your headphones, that might help.
So my headphones are in. It's just catching the audio on David's laptop as well when I speak.
Okay,
Since we're in
no
the
worries.
same room.
All right.
Let me do this.
You don't want to log into your PC?
What, through my PC?
Then they can't hear you or see you or anything.
See, I don't know how to I don't know how to do it. Huh?
Like I was telling you, just click in.
All right, welcome back. We're going to wait a moment for the rest of the breakouts to close.
All right, go for it. Go.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully bringing you back from the breakout wasn't too abrupt. Sometimes you just get sort of dragged back when you're in the middle of a sentence. So we hope that worked okay for everybody. But we'd love to just capture a few things that came out that you'd like to share about the person that you interviewed. And I believe we have 7 board members who are here. And so what I'd like to do is Mason and I are going to just take a few notes on the board, but maybe just take a minute or so to just hit some of the things that you learned about the experience, or why your colleague decided to serve, and why they're so interested in transit. So anybody want to kick us off? It's always fun to go first, right?
I'll go if no one else wants to. So I interviewed Josh and discovered that he and I have something in common, which is that we really got motivated in support of public transit from our own experiences of living places and traveling places with really good transit systems. And Josh grew up in the LA area, and even as a boy, he really loved riding transit. And then as an adult, he traveled in Europe and lived in Asia, where he experienced really excellent public transit. And I thought the thing I love the most about my interview with him is that he really sees transit as an equalizer for people, that it really, it sort of can reduce the haves and the have-nots really in any community.
Great, thanks, Karen. Joshua, you want to go? Josh, do you go by Joshua or Josh?
Doesn't really matter. I interviewed Karen. So what I didn't really realize that, I guess I was vaguely aware, but I didn't quite put 2 and 2 together, that Karen actually ran the campaign for the sales tax referendum in Wake County. So she was working with Wake Up Wake County, or running Wake Up Wake County. And when Campo came up with the whole transit plan, she led that initiative. And so she says she's experienced a lot of the conversations that were going on around that time. And the motivating factors for people in supporting the sales tax. And she wants to make sure that that kind of knowledge is brought forward to today and then into the future, because some communities have lost that sales tax by just voting against it. So she doesn't want that to happen, and nor do any of us. So, and then I guess what got her into transit was that after college, she worked in DC, and she used transit there. So similar, like she said, experiential successes with transit.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Joshua. Yeah, we'll open it up to other folks. Someone you interviewed.
I can go next. Linda Davis. I interviewed LaTanya, and I guess we are probably the newbies on the board at the moment. She's been to 3 meetings. I've only been to 1, but I felt like our experience was very similar as well. She's from New York City, where everyone takes transit, and there, it's more of a way of life. But like has already been said, when you are in a place and you use transit and you see how dependent everyone is on it, it's just really important to have it working here. And with Raleigh growing so fast, we're really behind the curve, and we want transit, and we really want it to be accessible to everyone. So one thing I think is really great is LaTanya is also on the Regional Transit Authority, because I'll probably have a lot of questions today just about how we work on Raleigh transit in, as one important part of the whole region. It's just so important that we do things in tandem and in partnership with the other players. So yeah, that was Latanya.
Thanks, Linda.
And she may not be on right now because she's trying to work and field a new job. So she may be even having to mute at the moment and not participate.
Oh,
I'm here right now. I'm here. So
Oh, good.
Okay.
So I can go next because, like Linda said, I am very multitasking a lot today. So
All right.
So Linda, we're both actually similar. So Linda just started recently. She hasn't, I think you attended one meeting, you said?
Yeah.
Yes, she's attended one meeting. So she's also from DC. So she's very used to the transit system and transit rail and commuter rail. Just like myself, she's looking to envision a greater city for Raleigh when it comes to transportation, and also just getting more connected for the community. And she's recently retired, so she has more time to participate in these meetings.
Thanks, Latanya. Thanks, Linda.
You're welcome. Welcome, Linda.
All right.
I can go next.
Thank you.
I interviewed Nathan Spencer, and so he said that his journey with transit began when he started advising the mayor of Boston with housing. And he realized that housing alone couldn't stand a chance without transportation. And when he moved to Raleigh, he kept that same mindset and kind of pestered the city a lot about different transit related things, and was finally appointed in 2017 to the RTA. And I think for him, I think he's just looking for teenage level transit. So as he says, which would be, and he's excited about the BRT, but not something so drastic as the light rail, for example. So we have that in common. We're just looking for baby steps at this point.
Great. Thanks, Sarah.
Yep.
And I'll do Sarah now. Sarah Prado grew up in Montreal, relying on transit, and was very used to being able to be in a cold climate where she could always just go out and find reliable transit. When she moved here, she found that she was getting frustrated by service not being as reliable, having to long wait times, and not the same level of comfort. A friend of hers was really involved with the city, and convinced her to sort of keep her voice, or push her voice out on some of these issues. And it just so happened that the board really was looking for a diverse group of opinions at the time, and she came as a rider to it now a couple of years ago. So she is very interested in a much more baby step level of service. She just wants to see the increase of frequency of the service and it to be on a reliable timing so that people can rely on it to get where they need to go.
Thanks, Nathan. All right. Got a couple more folks who want to go ahead and share what you learned in your interviews.
I was put in the room with, by myself originally, and then with Latanya and Linda. So they kind of went with each other, but I'll share about myself or why I'm on transit. I am, like Karen, one of the longest serving members of the authority. Originally, I'm from Chicago, so a part of the reason why I wanted to be on transit was because I'm from a place where transit is very, important to everyday life, even to the extent of people like using it as their full and primary form of transportation and not having a car or anything of that nature. Part of the reason why I've stayed on transit also is realizing how transit impacts other areas of the city, like housing and planning and things of that nature, and wanting to be more intentional about how I interacted and looked at some of the things that the policies and things like that we were passing on the transit authority. So I'm here because also I'm excited about being with other people just as passionate about making progressive transit and making something better than we found it as we came into this authority for those who ride transit, whether we ourselves are current transit riders or just formally used it as our primary mode of transportation.
Yeah, great. Thanks to Lil Pay. So I think we've got everybody here. Any reflections on when you think about what you learned about your colleagues here and why you all are serving? Any common themes that are coming up? What did you hear? What are the themes about why you're serving or experiences that you had?
Well, an obvious one is that it seems like everybody experienced public transit in another city and realized that we didn't have a strong one here.
Yeah.
I think there's a common consensus across the board that no one is looking for a gold-plated train or bus. Everyone is kind of looking for good service that connects with other services around the region and allows us to get around and also help others get around.
Yeah, what were some of the impacts? And we'll talk about this a little bit more, but what are some of the reasons that you feel transit matters? What were some of the things that folks said?
Gives people access to jobs.
Yeah.
Equity.
Yeah.
Equity, jobs.
Yeah, equity and jobs, that it's an equalizer. And I think that it's important to be able to commute to work or be able to reach your work, but also to be able to enjoy the other resources, the other things Raleigh has to offer. And, so not just a work reason, but it's an equalizer in that a good transit system can make everyone have access to leisure as well as work resources.
Yeah. Well, we know that this is just an introduction. Some of you are new, giving you just a chance to get to know a little bit about each other. We're going to give you some more opportunity to have some conversations about what your aspirations are and what you think you want to do as a board as we go on through the day. But just to get us started about why you're here. And we just really encourage you to keep this in mind. Why is it that this matters? Why is it that I want to serve? What is the impact we hope to make? So we're going to close this part of the segment, and thanks everyone for taking the time to do that. And what I'd like to do now is to turn it over to David and his team, and we're going to have them get into some of the information sharing that we're going to be going through over the next course of the agenda. So David, over to you. Okay, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a Zoom meeting if we didn't have a moment of technical issues, but David's just getting back online. It looks like he's connecting. Okay, it looks like David. Welcome back, David. Do we have you on?
Yes, you do. And just as a general reminder for everyone else, if you have not plugged in your laptop, please do so at this time. So I burnt through a whole battery there pretty quick this morning. So my apologies. So are we, I was offline there for just a moment, Warren. So are we ready for the begin the staff presentations?
Yep, we're ready for you. Go ahead.
All right. So the orientation piece. All right. All right, everyone, let me get this ready, and I'm going to share my screen. But real quick, before I do that, this is an overview of the main areas, some of the main, I'll put it this way, some of the main areas within transit. So the information you get today certainly doesn't go into all of the corners of what we do on a daily basis. Some of the areas that certainly we're not going to get into the depths of finance or all of the federal compliance that we have, because those could probably take up their own meetings if we went into those. But we did want to provide a good overview of our staff, as well as what our functions are and how we fit into the city of Raleigh and really into the regional transit that we have within the triangle. So let me get this started. Is that showing up well?
Yep.
All right. So I'll go. Awesome. So I'll go ahead and get this started. And this is probably obvious, but Raleigh Transit Authority, we have a 9-member board with 2 alternates. And certainly we have 3 committees within the Transit Authority, our Finance and Policy Committee, our Marketing Committee, and our Route Committee. And we'll talk a little bit more about those in just a moment. These are all the current members to date. We do have a full slate. I'm very happy about that. We were shy a few members through a lot of the pandemic. So really for about 1.5 years now, we've been shy a couple of members, it seemed like, throughout that period. But we're happy to say we're full of board members. So just so glad that everybody's on board and participating. So going to the committees very quickly, Finance and Policy Committee, pretty straightforward, but certainly we bring our budgets and general information to the Transit Authority on an annual basis. And then today we're going to talk about those schedules and also where some of our funds come from. We have a very diverse portfolio of areas where our funds come from, whether that's federal, Wake Tax District, general fund, contracts, lots of different areas. But so, this committee helps us think about how we might be able to go after, new grants or, and also, again, reviews our budgets on an annual basis. What I think is probably the most important part of this committee is the policy component. So again, all of our policies come to this committee. So it doesn't matter if it's dealing with a route infrastructure or whether it's an ADA policy. This body approves all of our policies, whether they're internal policies and just operating policies, or whether they're true federally required policies, which we have a number of policies that require us to have on the books in order to meet federal compliance. Marketing committee. So again, marketing committee, somewhat self-explanatory, but this guides our annual marketing and deals with what we've got going on, whether it's our regular fixed route or some of our Wake Transit types of activities. And you see the meeting date there. And our route committee, again, that one deals with all route and route infrastructure that goes out. So from a public facing standpoint, the route committee, certainly the marketing and communications is public facing as well. But route committee, that's what most people think about transit. They think about the buses and the service that's on the street, and they think about the shelters and our facilities that provide the infrastructure that enhances our services. So that committee is just super important because, again, that kind of is the face of transit, what the general public thinks and sees and feels on a daily basis. So again, as we get into governance of the Transit Authority, it's obviously the Raleigh Transit Authority has always provided an advisory role to City Council. So council is the one that's ultimately responsible for providing the funds that we have to work within that constrained budget. So we get that adopted annually, obviously, as part of the municipal budget process. The Transit Planning Advisory Committee, TPAC, another way of thinking about that is the advisory body or staff level advisory body to our tax district. So the TPAC is the body that develops the annual work plan that determines how the tax district funds will be spent within Wake County and really beyond on an annual basis. And from the TPAC, those decisions go to the Go Triangle Board of Trustees and also to the Capital Area MPO. So again, if you think of that as a triangle, it kind of starts with TPAC, but those two bodies have to also adopt budgets or other elements of the Wake Tax District in order for those elements to be implemented. Now, if there's ever a disagreement between Campo and Go Triangle, Wake County is designated as the determining agency. So again, it's left up to Campo and Go Triangle to move those things forward, along with agencies like Go Raleigh that are actually implementing those elements. So we implement the plans and certainly participate in the development of those plans, such as service improvements or capital projects. But it's the Campo board, which is made up of staff level, and then the executive body of Campo, which is made up of all the mayors in Wake County and beyond. As you can see, Campo itself serves a large number of counties there. We do have a very large, when I say MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, serving Wake, Franklin, Granville, Harnett, Johnston counties. So again, a very large reach there for Campo. And then finally, Go Triangle. I talked about their role certainly as an approver of one of the approvers of the Wake Tax District. But as you can see there, they do perform a lot of regional activities. And also one of the general things, if you call 485 ride, you're actually going to a Go Triangle call center. So they do run the regional call center for Wake County, Durham County, and Orange County. I know that this is a lot of information, but I serve as the Assistant Transportation Director with the City of Raleigh, overseeing the transit division. Some of the very important roles that we have within transit itself, as we do have our transportation supervisor, Mr. Richard Benson, which does really Title VI and DBE is a very small piece of what he does. I call it federal compliance, but he really oversees all of our federal compliance activities. We're not going to go deep into federal compliance today. That generally those items fall under our Finance and Policy Committee, because we could spend pretty much a day just talking about all of those elements. But that is a critical role within transit. We also have our bus and bus facilities group, which is Mr. David Walker oversees. We have our Go Raleigh Access program, which Mr. Sean Abrams oversees. We do have a $10 million program, which is Go Raleigh Access. So we perform about 1,400 to 1,500 ADA trips or trips for persons with disabilities or seniors that are unable to board a regular fixed route transit bus or a Go Raleigh bus. So in that case, we provide curb to curb or door to door upon request transportation. So that's a huge program. They are currently fare free along with our fixed route service. So we're doing, 13 to 1,500 trips a day at no charge for our seniors and persons with disabilities within the city that really don't have any other option because of their disability, because they can't get on a fixed route bus. So just a critical component that I don't think that we talk about enough, and we're going to be talking about access more over the next year. But certainly we'll hear a little more about that today. We have Siobhan, which does our senior, she's our financial analyst, senior financial analyst, and everything money Siobhan deals with. So it'd be revenue in or our budgets out. Siobhan takes care of that, her and the finance group. We also have our communications, and that's Andrea Epstein. That's under that though, we also have our sales and marketing. We do about, on a good year, we do about $500,000 worth of marketing. And Kristen Treadway does that. Lots of contracts associated with our marketing effort. But like I say, on a good year, she can sell up to $500,000 worth of revenue or on the sides of our buses. We do not do bus wraps. We just do wraps on sides of buses. And then TDM, Travel Demand Management. We have Miss Jana Victor and Miss Ann Galam. I haven't gone through and named everybody in this graph here. Hopefully, as others take a little bit deeper dive, they can go into more of their staff and what their roles are. And then certainly Capital Corridors, also known as the BRT team, Mila Vega, certainly working on our 4 primary corridors, bus rapid transit. Mila's going to give a good overview of that today, so I'm not going to go into depth on that. And then we also have within transit, Union Station, which is where we're currently housed. And with that, I'm going to start turning it over, and we're going to go through a little bit of a deeper dive on each one of the sections here. What we'll do is we'll take questions at the end of each section, and that way it'll be fresh in your minds. That way you won't go through each section and then at the end have to remember, we'll be back in section 1, I had a question. So at the end of each of these sections, you'll have the opportunity to ask some questions. And certainly if we can't answer those here on the fly, we'll do some quick research and we should be able to have you something before this retreat's over today. So nothing is out of bounds. That's what this orientation is for, is to take a little bit of a deeper dive and understand exactly what we do within the transit division of the city of Raleigh. And with that, I'm going to ask Siobhan if she'd like to take it from here.
Thanks, David. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. My name is Siobhan Tucker. I'm the program manager for Transit's financial team, and I will be providing an overview of Transit financials. I work with a fantastic finance team. We have 4 full-time positions, myself, fiscal analyst Janice Copeland, procurement analyst Beth Smith, she joined our team last year, and also our budget and grants administrator, Kelly Yeager. Some of the primary responsibilities that we have on the finance team are everything regarding grants, submitting grant documentation, including grant applications, completing the closeout process and reimbursement request, also monitoring grant revenue and expenditures throughout the year for accuracy. We also create a balanced budget each year and monitor spending and revenue collection throughout the year. We ensure that contracts meet federal, state, and local procurement requirements and make sure that Contracts are routed correctly and executed. And we also manage our grant subrecipient program. We receive federal grant funding, and some of that is passed through to other agencies and nonprofits. So we do monitor that program to make sure that it does meet FTA standards. We also review invoices and vendor payments. And we also oversee everything related to Wake Transit Financial Administration. This includes participating in the committees and working groups, and also submitting reimbursement requests and basically managing everything financial for Wake Transit. Next slide, please. As David mentioned, one thing that is unique to transit within the city is just the variety of funding sources that we receive. It is great to have those dedicated funding sources, but it does introduce a bit more complexity than other departments within the city experience. During the annual budget process, we are required to create balanced budgets for both operating and capital, meaning that for every dollar that we spend, we must have budget in place to pay for it. And as I go through the presentation and talk about some of the various revenue sources and programs, I'll mention them at a high level, but they will be discussed in more detail in the presentations coming up. As you see on the slide, the city of Raleigh contributes a significant amount of revenue each year to transit in the form of general fund dollars, and that's used to help fund operations and also provide required match for our grant projects. One thing that's very common with grant awards, there is a federal component for the money that we receive, but frequently we do have to provide a match against that award. So general fund dollars frequently help us with that requirement. And there's also bond funding that's used in coordination with other departments within the city. And of course, the FTA is a significant source of revenue for the division. We receive annual allocations for both operations and capital. And we also receive discretionary funding for competitive grants that we've applied for and been successfully awarded. And most recently, in that FTA bucket, that also includes the COVID relief funding that was recently awarded. From NCDOT, we also receive an annual allocation from NCDOT to help fund planning efforts. And we also typically receive about a $3 million annual allocation to help fund fixed route bus service operations. Triangle J, we receive funding each year to support our TDM program, or our Transportation Demand Management Program, which is a program to encourage alternative transportation options. And of course, the Wake Transit Plan, I think that's been discussed already. Regional initiative to support public transportation in the Wake County area. And that's primarily funded by the half-cent sales tax that was approved by Wake County voters in 2016. Next slide, please. As part of the annual budget process, we developed 5 different operating program budgets. The first listed is transit, or what's known as our fixed route service. And these expenses include personnel costs and also payment to our fixed service provider, currently on TransDev. Also planning for planning functions, including consultant services and studies. David just mentioned our paratransit program, otherwise known as Go Raleigh Access. And also TDM, I just mentioned that one as well. And the Wake Transit Plan, it has become a significant portion of our operating budget over the last several years. The first year that we received Wake Transit funding was in FY18, and activity has steadily increased since then. At this point, it now accounts for about a third of our annual operating budget. It currently funds seven full-time positions, and also a portion of both our fixed route and paratransit operating expenses. Next slide, please. One financial responsibility I did mention earlier is the management and monitoring of our sub-grantees. The city does receive FTA grant funding, and some of that is passed through to area agencies and nonprofits to help support their transportation programs. Our fiscal analyst, Janice Copeland, she works very closely with all of the agencies listed here. She provides support, training, and also monitors for compliance. And she handles the financial aspects as well, including reviewing and processing their requests for reimbursement. All of the agencies listed here have been sub-grantees with the city for at least 2 years, except for the last one, Pearl Transit Corporation. This is a new sub-grantee as of October. Next slide, please. As part of the annual budget process, we also developed a 5-year capital budget. For Wake Transit, this horizon is a bit longer for capital budgeting. It extends through 2030. Similar to operating, the capital budget also has various revenues to consider. Again, a significant portion of our capital budget is comprised of FTA through their various programs. And also the Wake Transit Plan that has, again, become a significant portion of our capital budget as well. Since 2018 or FY18, Raleigh has been allocated over $130 million in capital funding, about half of which is dedicated or related to the Bus Rapid Transit project. Next slide, please. Periodically, the financial team does present items to the RTA board during the year as needed. One of the most significant items that we do bring to the board is the operating and capital budgets for board adoption. But we also bring the procurement manual as we have version updates, subrecipient program updates, and we also review the monthly reports that are included with the agendas. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we do bring the annual budget, both operating and capital, to the board. What you'll see here is a budget timeline for the city of Raleigh. We're actually working on the budget right now, and it seems like we're always working on the budget. As you can see, budget development, review, and adoption does take up a significant portion of our year. So essentially, once one budget is adopted, we're already thinking about and planning for the next budget. So in February or March, we typically bring the budget to the RTA board for consideration. And then we give you time to review, ask any questions, provide feedback, and then we request adoption in the following month. So for this year, we will be bringing the budget to the board in February or March. And so you will be hearing more from us about that. Next slide, please. And again, here you will see the Wake Transit work plan development timeline. We do develop the Wake Transit budget at the same time that we are working on the city budget, as the two are very connected. So right now we are working on both the operating and CIP budgets for both the city and Wake Transit. And when we do come to the board in February, you will be receiving information about the Wake Transit budgets as well. Next slide, please. Okay. All right, I will stop here. This concludes my presentation. I understand that was high level, but as David mentioned, the financials can get very complex and early in the morning, so don't want to bore you too much on a Friday. But are there any questions?
I have a question. You mentioned that there's a new organization that we fund, or you fund. It's Pearl Transit. What is that, and what do they serve? What area?
It's been a while since I looked at the material, so I don't remember all of the details, but they did apply. They were a new applicant for our 5310 section program or our enhanced mobility program, which provides paratransit type services. And if I recall correctly, I think they are an organization based in New York or New Jersey, somewhere in that area. And I think their application or their program plan is to provide ride share type services through like Uber or Lyft.
Ah, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Okay, well, I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan.
Thanks.
All right, so we're gonna keep on rolling here. Next, we have communications, and I've got Miss Andrea Epstein. To advance the slide, just click.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Andrea Epstein with the communications team. There we go. So I'm the senior communications liaison for the team. We have Ann Galam, who is with Commute Smart, and Jana Victor, who is also with Commute Smart, which is the TDM program. And then we have Kristen Treadway, which was already mentioned, and she does our advertising, sales, and our marketing for the division. So some basic things to know about our group and definitions is what transportation demand management is, TDM. So the aim for both Ann and Jana is to get people out of single occupancy vehicles when commuting to and from work. So not only do they go out and market and do events or go Raleigh the buses, but also first and final mile, biking, walking, teleworking, again, anything without single occupancy vehicle. So we do lots of public relations, and to define public relations is it's an organization spreading information to the public, and it's free. So it's through press releases, word of mouth, boards, events, tabling, etc. So that's public relations. And then we have public engagement, which becomes a way that we inform the public about what decisions are being made. But at the same time, as a city staff member, we are not supposed to be out advocating for something specifically. It again is more engaging with the public and letting them know what projects are happening, how they're happening, and processes. So some of the things that we do, our team does is the Adopt a Shelter program that's been revamped over the last couple of years and very successful. We create articles, do interviews, bus advertising, which has now been mentioned several times, collateral, so anything, giveaways, printed collateral, informational pamphlets. We have two newsletters, both the Go Raleigh newsletter and the Commute Smart newsletter. Go Raleigh goes out weekly, Commute Smart goes out at least monthly. We do press releases, media advisories, public and community meetings, speaking points, presentations. Go Raleigh is on 3 social media sites: Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We do video development, which I believe the last one we showed for the board was one of the Commute Smart ones about walking during Walktober, and then website content and maintenance of both the City of Raleigh transit page and the Go Raleigh website. So some of the events we just do annually that I'm sure you all have seen and we've presented over time with you. We have in January our Million Milers. New Year, New Commute is coming up. The Wake Transit Plan Engagement is coming up, which is a partnership with all the regional folks that we're working with at TPAC. We do Rosa Parks' birthday every year on the bus, reserving her a seat. Telework week, Touch a Truck, more Wake Transit Plan engagement. We have Earth Day, we have Arts-Splosion, Bike Month, Pride, Tri Transit, Walktober, State Fair, Lighten Up, and Raleigh First Night. And some of these things, such as State Fair, have not happened in the last 2 years due to COVID and transit in general, but these would be the normal standard things we are doing every year. Thank you. That's all I've got. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you.
All right, so again, moving right along, we've got Mr. Sean Abrams going to give us an overview of our Go Raleigh Access program.
I'm moving
Push it to click the mouse. You just click the mouse to advance.
Okay, all right. Well, hello, everybody. Hi, my name is Sean Abrams. I recently joined the transit team here about a year ago. What I'm going to do is just give you an overview of the Go Raleigh Access program. And if you just bear with me, I'm a little bit nervous. This is my first time speaking in front of you guys, so bear with me, please. I'm going to do my best here. All right, so we'll just start at the beginning with the Go Access program and how it began. It began because of a mandate by the Americans with Disability Act of 1990. It was actually signed into law July 26th of 1990. So we're talking about a program that's just 31 years old, very young in transit. And it falls under the 49 CFR Part 37 and Part 38. So with that, the City of Raleigh taxi program began in the early 1990s. And I'll just say the City of Raleigh was well ahead of its time in using taxi cabs, as most transit agencies started out self-performing or hiring vendors to do that part of the service. And now more recently, we're seeing that these transit companies are starting to use taxi cabs, but the City of Raleigh started out well before most transit agencies. We began using the shared ride program in 2013. And what the shared ride program is the City of Raleigh self-performing the trip. So when you see those white vans with the Go Raleigh Access, that's what I'm talking about here as far as the shared ride program. So the Raleigh ADA paratransit plan was updated in 2018. Just give you a little bit more on the regulatory and what we do and how we do it. The service that we provide is a curb-to-curb service, and David mentioned earlier that we also do door-to-door upon request. And just to mention that the legislation does not dictate the type of vehicles or limit the shared ride opportunities. And this is how we're able to combine both together using taxi cabs and also the LTVs that we use, the City of Raleigh vehicles. The fare rate is $2.50. And that can, how that comes about is the fare rate can be a maximum of the fare that is on the fixed route. And that fare is $1.25. So that's where you get the $2.50, and that's per one-way trip. Sorry, let me. All right, sorry about that. So what you see here is a map of our service area. So complimentary transportation must be provided to persons who cannot access regular fixed route service due to a disability. Service should shadow fixed route frequency, geographic coverage, and hours of service. Service area is defined by 3/4 of a mile's buffer around the existing fixed route transit service. So in our map here, that's what you see, that yellow line around our service area. That yellow line is 3/4 of a mile away from the nearest bus route. So our existing business practices, daily trips provided by private taxi operators. Our original goal was a 50-50 split between the taxi operators and self-performing. At this point, we're actually doing 85% taxi, 15% self-performed. And what we find is that we get a high level of customer service with the taxis. These taxis, they have to be registered with the taxi inspector, which is a part of the Raleigh Police Department. And eligible taxi companies are voluntarily participating in this service. We use like a brokerage type system. So if not assigned a shared ride, passengers choose provider with limitations, meaning that some folks will be placed onto the Raleigh self-performed vehicles. If not, if they're on the taxis, those customers have an opportunity to choose which taxi company they would like to ride with. And obviously there will be limitations to that because there might be limitations as far as seating is concerned, but we do our best to provide folks with the kind of service that they want. And this, again, it just leads to a greater opportunity for a high level of customer service and customer satisfaction. Whoops, we went too far. How do we go back? All right. So like we just discussed, we're using a brokerage model, which is approved by the FTA. So, and like we said, this just provides a higher level of customer service. That's what we've been able to see throughout the years. The patrons develop a personal relationship with the regular taxi drivers. Existing taxi operators also have consistent daily work. So we're also providing an opportunity for folks in our community to have the work and have the jobs that help support them and their families. Compared to traditional ADA services, customer satisfaction, again, we keep talking about customer satisfaction, is very, very high. So currently, we also have a technology project going on that will help us with our existing scheduling systems, give us an opportunity to see the vehicles, see where they are, and keep more an accurate account of the trips being performed. So with that, that's all that I have today. I do want to mention one thing, though. I want to mention the call center. We have a call center as well. And the call center is responsible for receiving calls from our customers and putting those trips in so that they can get their rides to wherever they are going. So I just want to mention some of our call center staff. We have Carla Utley. She's our lead call center customer service representative. We have Alexis Stewart, Charlene Isom, Barbara Graves, Barbara Stevens, Renee Jeffers. And I also just want to take the time to mention Tierra Exum, who was part of our team. We lost her back on Sunday, October the 24th. She passed away, and just wanted to take the opportunity to honor her and mention her name, because these ladies do incredible work, and they're in this every single day, supporting the people who use our service, and actually have very close relationships with them, and they are dependent on a ton for support for the community. So with that, that's all I have. If you have any questions, be glad to answer.
Sean, this is Nathan. Great presentation, by the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
the relationships that they have with the riders is amazing, and it's really impactful because unlike choice riders, they don't have, a lot of these people don't have alternatives. Are we seeing any decline in taxi services due to the pandemic or to the so-called Great Resignation?
Yeah, obviously, when we're talking about operators, we're facing the same issues as everyone else. Fortunately for us, because of the taxi model that we use and because there's so many opportunities with the drivers, it hasn't really hurt us as much as it has hurt some other transits. So we're seeing some numbers fall, but nowhere near to the degree as others. And we've been able to maintain.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'll take that nobody has any more questions. I thank you for your time and I appreciate your patience. Just to let you know that the paratransit that we do is very, very important to me. I started out myself as a paratransit operator about 17 years ago, and I've been through the whole gambit of how these systems work, and it is a very, very important work. And I look forward to working with you guys in the future to help continue to build this program. Thank you.
Great job, Sean. And I'm going to remove my mask because I've got glasses, and if I'm talking, my glasses are fogging up and I won't be able to see. So I can assure you that we're well more than 6 feet apart in this conference room. How do I? All right. So I'm David Walker. I'm the transportation supervisor over our Go Raleigh bus and bus facilities program. And similar to Sean, I came from an operations background. I was the director of operations for Go Raleigh for about 13 years prior to joining Mr. Eatman's team here with the city of Raleigh over the bus program. You will see a lot of my team on a pretty regular and consistent basis doing presentations. And I've got their photos up here and their names, but Morgan and Matthew, Eric and Ryan are great team members and support our program awesomely. They do great work, and I'm glad to have them on board. So what are those things that we do? We attend a lot of planning meetings. We attend committees and subcommittees, not only for the Transit Authority, but for other boards and commissions throughout and around the region. We do the route planning for Go Raleigh. We do service and equity analysis work as we're preparing to implement new services. We bring those plans and those documents to this board and the different committees as we get close to those implementation times. We're engaged with Andrea's team on public engagement. We help put together the information for them so that they can put it in a prettier version than what our team may be able to, so that we get it out there to the public in a good looking way. Our team works interdepartmentally within the city, and we collaborate with other divisions and departments. One of the big areas where we do that is with our road design services group, as they're doing new programs, road work projects. We'll sit down with them as their designs are progressing and make sure that we're taking a look at where we might be able to get them to build a new bus stop, do the flat work for us, so that we can come in after the fact and put in our amenities. And then we've got a lot of construction projects ourselves that are going on, not only with bus shelters, which we do quite a bit of, but we help manage some bigger projects, such as a new ADA facility for Sean's group. We're looking at construction of a new park and ride for the end of the line BRT, which will also be a future transit center, and some expansion work down at our current Pool Road facility. So some of the meetings and committees that we attend, obviously Transit Authority, we participate in City Council as needed, and in the Transportation and Transit Committee. We have staff attending the Planning Commission meetings. TPAC, David Eatman talked about TPAC earlier as part of that governance structure. The MCC, which is the Mobility Coordinating Committee. That's a regional program that looks at how we can better provide community-wide services, such as Go Wake Access, coordinating with Go Raleigh Access and Go Carries, paratransit programs, and Go Triangles paratransit programs. So we participate in that, along with the Campo, TCC, and executive board meetings. We have staff attending those, as well as the Bicycle Pedestrian and Advisory Committee. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about what my staff do on a kind of a individual basis. We all kind of work together, but each individual has some things that they are kind of lead on. So Morgan is a senior planner with us. She's been here a little over 3 years. She does a lot of grant work for us. She keeps an eye on FTA circulars and opportunities that come through the FTA portals, and she provides those opportunities to us, and we look at them internally to determine whether or not it's something we want to apply for, and if we think we can be competitive in our application. She also has general management responsibilities with our on-call consultants. We have some consultants that do a lot of planning, behind the scenes, and preparing documents that we ultimately bring to this board for adoption or endorsement. And she spends quite a bit of time working with those on-call consultants, and she's the lead. Then, those consultants may have individual projects, and there'll be, other staff from other programs within our department would be the actual lead for each individual project. But Morgan has the general oversight over the program. She does a lot of project and process management work on our, federally funded projects. She's the initial project manager for our Wake County or the Wake Bus Plan update. We're currently about a third of the way into the short range plan updates for our implementations of the bus services. She's provided a lot of data towards that effort. She works with our Go Raleigh staff to get that data as it's requested, and gets it sent over to the consultant so that they can use that up-to-date information and data as they work towards our short range plans. And then she works again collaboratively with Andrea's group on engagement opportunities as we bring our new service projects forward towards implementation. So Ryan Boyven is our newest member, and I think at our last orientation he was just coming on board. He's been here just a little bit over a year, and his main task is managing the Wake Transit Plan, all the program management around that. He's responsible for, each year we have to submit a work plan request for each individual project that we'll be implementing in the next fiscal year. And then he works with all of the other divisions or programs within our division to make sure that everybody's getting those work plan requests completed and submitted on time. He obviously works with our route planning as we're moving those projects forward, and those service assessments. Facility planning and project management is probably right now one of the biggest things time consumption wise for him. as he's been the lead for the ADA facility that we're working towards getting under construction. He has spent quite a bit of time working on the federal compliance for NEPA and Title VI, and he actually produced that initial worksheet for NEPA, and he had produced the Title VI document himself. So he's been a huge asset to our program here. We're glad to have him. He actually came to us from development review here within the city, so he's kind of held on to some of that development experience as developers submit projects for review to the city. Our transportation department looks at those plans and then provides comments. Our UDO does require that new developments meeting certain requirements provide transit facilities at those sites. So he's part of our internal team. He and Matthew review those documents and then ensure that we're getting those sites built out if they're required through the UDO. And he also does our small area planning and is our lead on that project. So Matthew Van Hook's been with us about 2 years, give or take. And Matthew is our go-to guy on all things bus stop related. He does all of the planning for where new sites are going to be designed and then ultimately built. As we're expanding our services into new service areas, he goes out and he works with our Go Raleigh operations team to actually cite where those new bus stops should be to make sure that when we install it the first time, we're installing it in a good and safe location, keeping our bus operators in mind as we locate those sites, because we don't want to put them in bad spots, especially if it's a time point or something like that where the bus may end up having to stage for a few minutes when it arrives there. He also manages our bus stop complaints and has oversight over some of the maintenance when we do get complaints about a bus stop that may have seen some damage. He'll make sure to relay that information over to our Go Raleigh maintenance staff, and they go out and get those sites cleaned up as quickly as possible. And Matthew also is in charge of our public schedules. So as changes are being made, he's the point of contact with our graphic designer to make sure those schedules get updated and published and then printed and delivered down to Go Raleigh so that operators have them to take out on the buses with them. And one of the biggest things that he does that you guys really never see is he provides all of our GIS support and work. And I'm not sure if we're able to link out and come back to this presentation or not. I've got a link here. Am I able to click on this and link out? Is that possible to do real quick? All right. So the GIS work that Matthew does helps build this GoRaleighNC.gov/bus map page. And it's a very interactive site. And what it shows is all of the bus stops and routes throughout our system. And how do I scroll in and out on this? I figured it out. Okay. So as you can see, it's interactive, and each bus stop
David,
has.
We can't see it. We can only see the presentation.
You still just see the presentation?
Yeah, I can share that particular screen. Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I meant to get with you guys before this to see if I'd be able to do that. All right. All right. So this is, if you go to the City of Raleigh website and then just put the /bus map, this is where it will take you. And this is our bus system. Sorry, here, as I get used to it. Again, it's an interactive site. The black stops that you see are bus stops that we have that have no improvements. The reddish colored stops are those that already have improvements. So that means there's a bus shelter or a bench already on site at those bus stops. And the yellow ones are sites that have been at a minimum submitted for design. So they're in the portal, so to speak. Design services usually take 3 to 4 months. Once they get through the design process, they have to go through real estate and NCDOT encroachment. So that can take another 2 to 3 months, sometimes more, sometimes it's less, just depending on where they're at. And then once we get all of our real estate and encroachment work done, then all these sites would be submitted on our next construction bids. So we're currently on our final amendment with a bid right now. We're building 5 additional sites between now and the end of this calendar year. And we've got plans to put out a bid in March of next year to build some of these additional sites that you see, in yellow. If you click on any one of these individual icons, it will bring up the information for that individual bus stop. You can scroll around, and on some of these, if they've been surveyed recently, there's actual photos there, and I'm doing this randomly, so there's no telling what we're going to see. But this is the bus stop at Corporation and Lake Woodard. So, there's a lot of behind the scenes work that Matthew does just to, to get this site built out. And we're real proud of the work that Matthew has done to get us to this point here. So let's see, how do I click that? Click that. So I would encourage you, to visit this site. Again, it's the City of Raleigh's website, and then just put /bus map. It's interactive as you have seen, and you can just scroll around and see what is going on. And this thing gets updated at least every couple of months. So it's pretty accurate. What you're seeing is what's going on. How do I go back to the presentation, David? Stop share?
Yeah, stop share. Then go to share at the bottom and choose your presentation.
Okay. All right. So and then click share again. Okay, I got you. All right, so that's Matthew Van Hook and some of the things that he does, but he and with support from Ryan and Morgan put a tremendous amount of work into that bus map page along with our IT folks. But we're real proud of that site, and we encourage you to use that often and frequent. Mr. Eric Juarez is our engineering specialist, and he has oversight over all of those bus stop and shelter improvements once they get submitted for construction. He works with the construction firms and goes out on site and works with them. He does some additional federal required work with to make sure that the construction employees are being paid fairly. He's got oversight over our Pull Road electric bus charging infrastructure. We just completed phase 1, which gave us three chargers with 6 dispensers, and we had enough funding left over in our Low-No grant that we were awarded a few years back to go ahead and expand. And we're purchasing 2 additional chargers and actually 8 additional dispensers. So when we get through that phase 2, we'll have enough charging infrastructure to charge up to 14 electric buses. Our Pull Road Park and Ride, located directly across the street from our bus operations facility on Pull Road at Busway, is now under construction. It took us a while to get there, but construction kicked off on that project a couple of weeks ago. We also have some project oversight over a pretty good sized sidewalk project along Navajo Drive, providing connectivity between Falls of the Neuse Wake Forest Road there near Duke Raleigh Hospital back to the Wake Tech Beltline Center. So that project is underway and I think scheduled to be complete sometime next year. Eric also works with our procurement department. So anybody that's got RFPs or bids coming up, he's one of our main contacts to make sure that all those things continue to flow as needed and get posted appropriately on the procurement websites. And Eric also has some oversight over any ongoing and recurring maintenance needs down at Go Raleigh Station, our main transfer center in downtown, and the Blunt Street facility, which is where the current Go Raleigh Access program is operating out of. That site was actually built in the mid-70s and is in desperate need of being replaced. And so we hope to get our new ADA facility going here, hopefully in the next 12 months. New significant projects that we do have that you'll be hearing more and more about in the next few months. Already mentioned the ADA Paratransit and Operations Maintenance Facility. That's actually going to be a shared facility with our Go Raleigh Access Program and the Go Wake Access Program. Our recent construction cost estimates put that at about a $42 million project. Our East Raleigh Park and Ride for the end of the line BRT station, where we've got offers on the table for property for that. And then that will also be a future transit center. That'll be about a $6 million project overall. And then we're also looking to expand our current bus operations garage and maintenance facility there on Pool Road to add 4 additional bus bays to handle our articulated buses for BRT, and then build an additional administrative office tower there on site.
Tower equals 2 stories.
Yeah, the tower equals 2 stories. So it will be very similar to what is built now. And we actually had plans for both of these expansions when we originally built this facility about 10 years ago. And I believe that this is my last slide. So if anybody has questions, I'll be glad to answer those questions now.
David, I don't have a question, but I do want to reinforce to the new folks, as chair of route committee, we deal a lot with David's group and the planners on there, and they're just incredible. One of the things that you'll find is that you will be thinking about how to connect something and mention it, and then someone like Morgan will go off 1 month and come back with an entirely new program built around it, taking your ideas. So they're really intelligent. They're really on top of stuff. So use them as the resource because they do know what they're doing.
That's right. We're here to provide, the route committee and, all of the boards and, and the other committees as well, whatever information is needed. And, all we need is a little tidbit, and we can take that and run with it and come back to you in 30 days with, some updates. So we're glad to help support this program in any way that we can. And if there's no other questions, I believe Mila is up next to discuss our bus rapid transit program.
Thank you, David. And I hope that my video is on. Let me know if you can see me. David Eatman.
Yeah, I'm gonna be Mila. I'm gonna be advancing your slides. So I'll try to anticipate, but if I fall behind, just tell me next slide.
Will do. Good morning. Today, I will provide an update on the Wake Bus Rapid Transit Program. My name is Mila Vega, and I am managing the program. I'm a planning supervisor with the Transit Division within the Transportation Department. Next. So I'll cover several areas, TPAC and Wake Transit Plan Coordination. I will provide an overview of the Wake Bus Rapid Transit Program and talk about the federal process and specifically Small Starts Program. Next. Just a quick refresher. There was a successful half-cent sales tax referendum back in 2016, and the half-cent sales tax was passed to fund the Wake Transit Plan that also was developed around the same time. Wake Transit Plan has 4 big moves that it is based on. And big move number 3, provide frequent, reliable urban transit. This is where BRT program resides, along with 15-minute frequency transit service. Next. I know David already talked about the TPAC Transit Plan Advisory Committee and the structure, but just a quick, quick refresher, because BRT is heavily funded by the Wake Transit Plan. So this program is subject to all the TPAC processes and policies. TPAC has representatives from various groups, but the key 3 players and signatories to the agreements are Go Triangle, Campo, and Wake County. And as David mentioned, TPAC is in charge of Wake Transit Plan implementation, essentially, and all the associated governing policies and budget development that is known as the annual work plan. Next. A little bit of a history of how the city of Raleigh became the project sponsor for BRT corridors. So the corridors, the idea for 4 BRT corridors originated back in 2016 in the Wake Transit Plan development. Later, there was a major investment study in 2018 that analyzed the corridors and developed additional technical recommendations. Once the major investment study was wrapping up, there was a recommendation developed for the project sponsor, and the city of Raleigh was recommended to be the project sponsor for the entire program. At that point, Campo Executive Board essentially sent a letter to the city of Raleigh offering the sponsorship, and city of Raleigh accepted that through council action and was designated to be the project sponsor for 4 original BRT corridors within the program. Next. So since 2018, the city of Raleigh has been working on implementing the program. And again, because it is essentially a child of the Wake Transit Plan, and at least 50% of the funding is coming from the Wake Transit Plan, it is subject to all of the Wake Transit Plan agreements. And you can see, again, there are 3 key players that execute the agreements in our case for BRT and all the other projects that the city of Raleigh is implementing on behalf of the Wake Transit Plan. All the agreements are signed by the Campo Executive Board, Go Triangle Board, and City of Raleigh Council. So 3 parties to the funding agreements. Next. So quick overview of what is BRT and the program we're trying to implement. BRT is a high quality, high capacity transit service. It has longer span hours. The program that we are working on, the service will run from 4 a.m. to midnight during weekdays. So it's 20 out of 24 hours in a day. And on weekends, similar service hours, with an exception of it started at 5:30 a.m. instead of 4, but also running until midnight. So service will be available pretty much the entire day. There is high frequency during the peak hour. The buses will arrive at stations every 10 minutes. The buses will operate in lanes. The goal of the Wake Transit Plan is to have somewhere between 50 to 70% of infrastructure in dedicated lanes. So there is a little bit of a mix and match approach. The system is also going to be supported by transit signal priority. It's a technology that isn't invisible, essential to the naked eye, but it can sense if the bus is running behind. Enhanced stations, also another component that sets the system apart from traditional bus service. Enhanced stations complete with various transit amenities like next bus arrival. Most stations will be level boarding. Also, we'll be utilizing specialized vehicles. In our case, it's 60-foot articulated buses and unique branding. Next. So I've mentioned we have a program of 4 corridors. You can see a map here with some of the target implementation dates for revenue service. All corridors begin in downtown Raleigh and radiate east, west, north, and south from downtown, connecting to communities like Town of Cary and Town of Garner. Next. Also, the latest updated Wake Transit plan that was recently completed includes 2 extensions, one extension to Garner, one extension from Garner to Clayton, and another from Town of Cary to RTP. You can see the red lines on the map. Those extensions are currently being studied for the major investment study by Campo, but they have been integrated into the overall Wake Transit plan. The City of Raleigh is not the project sponsor, at least at this point, for the extensions. The City of Raleigh is responsible for the core corridors highlighted in purple. Next. So just a little bit of kind of this graphic shows some of the parallel processes that are happening as transit division is moving forward with BRT implementation, and you can see various corridors in orange boxes. There are parallel processes that other departments are working on, and we are working very closely with them on coordination. And I guess at this point, the graphic can get updated even further because we are working with engineering department very closely on New Bern Avenue final design. The transit division is still leading the design and NEPA work on Western, Southern, and Northern Corridor. Northern Corridor is, we are kicking off MIS, major investment studies, that large orange box on this graphic. We are also coordinating very closely with planning and development department, specifically on the ongoing effort for the New Bern station area planning, Western station area planning. We are going to be initiating that work in the near future. We're waiting for the grant announcement. We applied for a similar grant that is currently funding New Bern work. Western Boulevard Corridor study, that was a study that is pretty much complete at this point. It's still going through the final phases of approval, but that study was very important because it identified the locally preferred alternative for the Western Corridor. So just to show that there are numerous parallel processes that are happening that link back to BRT. And also important component is Artist in Residence. That is the first program of its kind for the City of Raleigh. And it was developed to begin conversations about art integration early on and working with the community to identify art themes. So we had artists in residence working on the project with us on a system-wide level to identify blank canvases of where art could get integrated, and then specifically focusing on the New Bern Corridor and identifying themes for the program, for the art program. Next. So this is a little bit of a dive into the federal process. All the projects are funded partially by the Wake Transit Plan, which is our local funding source. However, in order to build out the program, we need federal participation. And to do that, all projects need to go through the capital investment grant small starts process. And step one is project development. This is where the application happens to enter the federal pipeline. This is where we define the locally preferred alternative. This is where all the funding commitment is identified. The project gets rated by the Federal Transit Administration. NEPA environmental work gets completed because it's a federal process. Federal environmental work must be done. And then all of the third-party agreements are signed. Specifically for us, it's with NCDOT because this is their right-of-way. And finally, this is where all design and utility coordination happens. So the first pretty involved that ultimately leads to the final step in the process, which is full funding grant agreement, assuming all the steps in the phase one are completed. And you can see the graphic of how the projects are moving forward right now. New Bern being ahead with, David, you don't have to go back, it's fine. New Bern is ahead of the process being the most advanced. Southern and Western corridors are moving on parallel tracks, kind of in the middle of the pretty early in project development. One is about 5% design, another is 10% design, and Northern Corridor is requiring a little bit more work to redefine the service area. So that concludes my brief presentation about the program, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mila, you brought up a term that I want to make sure the whole board understands, right of way. Can you define that?
I guess the easiest way to define it is right of way is a section of a facility that's typically a right of way is owned by NCDOTs where we can build our roadway projects. General purpose lanes go there, transit improvements go there, pedestrian improvements go into the right of way. Sometimes in order to accommodate all of those facilities, additional right of way is needed, basically buy an additional space, acquiring additional space for the project. In the case of New Bern, there are only small slivers that where additional space is needed to accommodate stations, but we're essentially staying within that defined right of way that NCDOT owns, where we are fitting all of the infrastructure components within. Hopefully that makes sense. David, feel free to jump in if you have a bad explanation of the right of way. It's with a slice of the space where we can fit all the public improvements.
That's about as good as it gets right there.
Before we hit against the private property lines.
I guess the takeaway from that is it would be nice if we could always stay within existing right of way. Unfortunately, the reality is that when you want to do things like transit, bike improvements, pedestrian improvements, it's not just about single occupancy or vehicular traffic or general purpose traffic lanes anymore. It's about fitting all of those modes into that corridor so that there's equal access, whether you want to ride transit or ride a bike or whether you want to walk to work, whatever that might be. But yeah, it would be nice if we could always stay within right of way, but there are some times that obviously we have to get that additional space. We try to limit that as much as possible though. All right, if there's no further questions, Mila, I think you were right on time, so I appreciate that. That was great. I'm gonna ask just to make sure I'm on track here. I think we've got a break coming up, but Warren, you want to take it and bring us up to speed on where we are?
Yeah, thanks, David. We're right on time. We're going to give you all a 15-minute break. We encourage you to get out, get a little sunshine or fresh air, stretch. And then we're going to come back after the break and we're going to do a little bit of visioning work. So it should be fun, interactive. But again, I'll put a timer up on the screen so you can see how much time's left. And we'll see you all back in 15 minutes. Anything else, David, that you want to make sure we do as we close this segment?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I think everybody needs a little stretch time. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
So I did take the opportunity to go outside, and not trying to rub it in or anything, but I think it's 75 degrees out there. Feels like it's May 3rd instead of December 3rd. It's ridiculous.
So you're saying this is a perfect day for an all-day Zoom meeting, right, David?
It is.
I was going to say, I went outside too, and you're lucky I came back. It was
Did
really
everybody
nice.
come back? I mean, we may have lost about half the board here. Well, hopefully you have at least a window. Sorry,
What was
Nathan,
that,
go
Nathan?
ahead.
First, he offers us pastries that we can't eat. Then he tells us about the warm outside. I don't know, David.
Yeah, what kind of meeting is this? All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. I do want to make sure we've got our board members online. If you are online, go ahead and turn your camera on. That just makes us aware that you're here with us. We should have, I think we have 7 board members who are here. So we're going to shift to thinking about the future now, and give you a chance to really talk to each other, think about what inspires you, what you aspire to do. And I'm going to share a screen here in just a moment. Okay, so all right. So here is the Here's the question that we have. We're going to have you do an exercise called Cover Story Vision. So it's the idea that you're putting yourself 10 years into the future. There's no more COVID. That's a distant memory. And you're just thinking about, you've been hugely successful. Transit has been wildly successful in Raleigh. It's had an incredible impact in the community. And someone's writing a story about Raleigh's story around transit. So we're going to put ourselves in the year 2031. And you're reading hopefully we still have newspapers or some kind of news publication online, whatever it might be. And you're reading an article about Raleigh Transit. And what we want you to do is to create what you believe this cover story article is all about. And the question that we want you to think about is, what is it that we want transit to do or to be in Raleigh in 10 years? What do we want? What's the impact we want to have? What do we want transit to do or to be in Raleigh? And so we have a template that we're going to have you, what we're going to do is we're going to send you Google Slides. So each breakout team is going to get a set of Google Slides. And this is what we want you to fill out. Basically, there's some different sections to it. We want you to give your cover story a title, and we want you to go ahead and put a picture on it. So you can just go to Google Images and find an image to help illustrate your story. So we want you to give your cover story a title. What are people saying about Raleigh Transit in the future? So we've got a space here for quotes. So you can put a few quotes. You can say who's being quoted, what are they saying? What are some of the big headlines, the things that have been accomplished, the success stories, the experiences that people are having around transit, the impact it's having in the community? And along with that, are there any data, statistics that you might include that really help put a fine point on what you've accomplished? We also have a section here for milestones. When you think back over the last 10 years from this seminal retreat on a sunny, warm December day in 2021, what were some of the milestones over the last 10 years? And then the last piece of this is, what were some of the obstacles that you knew you were able to overcome? So each of these, this is just on a Google slide. So when we send it to you, we're going to need one person in your breakout group to agree to share the screen and just take notes on this Google slide. Since it's a Google slide, I'll have access to it, and then I'll be able to share it when we report back. But we do need someone in the group to help just capture this. So again, we want you to give your story a title and a picture, give it some quotes, some big headlines, some statistics, obstacles overcome. We want you to fill out this cover story vision and then be prepared to share it back with the full group. And what we want to do when we come back in the full group is share these cover stories and just really try to understand what are the themes, what are these vision themes that are really important to you. Again, when you think about what you hope transit will do in Raleigh, what you hope it will be, what kind of impact you want it to have. So you can really get clear on what you aspire to achieve. So any questions about what we're doing? We're going to put you into 2 breakout groups, but any questions about this exercise?
With this 10-year timeline, is this like what we're hoping to achieve within 10 years? Or did you just kind of use the 10 years as like your vision for the future of Raleigh?
Well, it's 10 years. The idea is to stretch it out a little bit, and it could be that in 10 years, you're on the cusp of, something even more. So you're kind of laying the foundation. But the idea is we don't want you to think about just what you want to get done next year. We want you to kind of push yourself and think beyond 10 years down the road. Where do you hope to be? So that's why we're using 10 years, a little bit arbitrary, but that's trying to stretch it out a little bit farther.
Okay, cool. Because we essentially know what's happening in transit in Raleigh for the next 5 to 10 years. So like, if you want us to like imagine, I just wanted to know if you wanted us to imagine more.
Yeah, and you know what the transit plan is, and think about all the other things that go along, the kinds of experiences that you want to have for the people using, the things that will help complement the routes that are being laid and the services that are being provided. What's the whole experience that you want and the kind of impact that you're hoping transit will achieve? So think of it broader than just than simply like the Wake Transit Plan per se, if that makes sense, Joshua.
Except Warren, this is Karen Ringe.
Yeah.
I don't think the 10-year is really random at all, because the Wake Transit Plan was intended to be a 10-year plan. And it's been pushed back a couple of years because of COVID. So we're underway with it, but in a lot of ways, it's very relevant timeframe, I think.
Well, good. I'm glad. Good. All right. So what we'll do is we'll put you into 2 breakout groups. And again, we need somebody, we're going to chat out these Google Slides. Each group will get their own Google Slides. You just need to fill out the cover story slide. There's a slide below that you don't need to worry about right now. So just fill out the cover story. If you have any questions, you get stuck with anything, just send a message to me and I'll be checking in on the breakout groups just to make sure that you're all set. So Mason, if you could go ahead and set up our breakout groups. And we're going to give you about 20 minutes, 25 minutes for this exercise. Okay, so Mason, go ahead and chat out the links. Hi, everyone. I just want to make sure that all the board members are in breakout rooms. Is there a board member by chance in this room? Or are we good?
I don't see any board members.
Okay, thanks, Andrea.
Yeah.
I can't, I'm trying to type in your name and it won't let me do.
That was less than 1 minute.
And you did manage to cut us off in the middle of sentence.
Oh, gosh.
That's okay.
Sorry. You know, you have about a minute before it shuts you down. So if you can still make some final tweaks to it.
Well, it disappeared. Our screen disappeared, so I'm not sure where it is. Our document.
All right, we will, Mason, go ahead and send out the Google links for each team. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'll share the, what we want to do is just have each of the breakout groups share their vision. And then we're going to take a lunch break. So we're going to give you a break and then we'll come back and we'll spend some more time just talking about what are the themes from the visions. So we'll go ahead, and we've got a really nice looking photo from, I think it was group 2 here. And I'll put it up on the screen. And just want to see if someone from this group can tell us a little bit about your cover story.
Sure. So we talked a lot about what we wanted to see in 10 years, what we expected to be completed. We discussed not only commuter rail going from Clayton to Durham, but also going all the way to Hillsborough, that north and south commuter rail would be done, that BRT would be finished, and that the extensions would be worked on. We talked about frequency along the routes that feed into the major arteries, and then access, like bicycle and pedestrian access to it. And then the increase along affordable housing. So the way we looked at it was, the extension, the next project being announced as, BRT along 70 between Durham and Raleigh, and like, look at what all that we accomplished with BRT, local bus access, that, we were not increasing congestion and vehicle miles traveled, that residents had a reliable, fast bus within a half mile of each of their homes, and that, ridership was high, that people were using it and trying it, that, there was mixed development and affordable housing along the way. So it really was being served well, but also serving the city well. We did talk about the lack of density along the BRT corridors and how that could affect getting that stuff done. And the fact that there needs to be better plans for affordable housing along the corridors for us to get to that point of 10, of these all being accomplished. Yeah, that was our piece. Oh, and we had someone meet their spouse on the bus.
Someone meet. So it's more than just a transit opportunity experience.
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you?
Go Raleigh is a dating service.
So you've got an interesting photo there. How did you choose that for your cover story?
I had the suggestion of the mission accomplished, and I was expecting the banner, and then we were Googling it. Joshua had it up, and we I think Linda pointed out, wait, what about the green meme? And it was perfect. So
it's a very determined looking child.
Yeah.
Clearly, he's going to take public transit to school when he's a village.
Right. Great. Anything else that you want to make sure? This is the cover story is DOT approves BRT corridor along 70 between Durham and Raleigh.
I don't think I missed anything. Linda, Joshua, do you have anything to add?
No.
I think we would mainly, I think you did say this, but we were definitely envisioning that density has, that western part of the area has seen enough density that DOT says, yes, we're going to keep building this out because we're moving so far ahead with the successful transit plan.
All right. Well, thank you all very much. We're going to go ahead and stop sharing that, and we'll go out and we'll put the group 1, and I'll go ahead and share this in just a moment here. And if someone from group 1 could tell us about their cover story here.
How about one of y'all present, since I was a scribe?
Okay, I'll present. So our cover story is Go Raleigh, connecting people to where they want to go. We focus very heavily talking about the BRT, serving a large number of riders every day, increasing ridership. Commuter rail, serving riders through Raleigh Union Transit Station and other stops. So we'll go ahead and actually allowing us to have a commuter rail system through our Raleigh Union Station, connecting people across the region. Go Plus, running 4 BRT lines on time. So, you know, in the future, this is a future where we're envisioning all the BRT lines running efficiently across, you know, all 4 corridors. Some obstacles we thought about was connecting affordable housing with frequent public transit, good transit management, and transit employees well paid and well-being. So these are some of the things that we're facing now, and these are the obstacles that we're looking to overcome within our 10 years. Data and statistics that we've increased are the number of jobs, the percentage of jobs that are accessible by public transportation, affordable housing and transit connected. And we've increased in bus connections to public schools. And then we had our quote from me, but that's not the full spelling of my last name. I know she was shut out the system, saying that Go Raleigh works in collaboration with our local partners to ensure that we've built an accessible and equitable system.
And will you still be chair of the authority in 10 years?
No.
We hope not.
That's commitment.
That is serious commitment.
Yeah.
I did want to just point out that while we recognize that Go Raleigh is not in charge of commuter rail, we included it because obviously the commuter rail would be coming through our train station, but also connecting with our transit system. So we see it, you know, we didn't have a lot of time to flush it all out, but we just wanted to make sure we're clear on that.
Great, thanks, Karen. All right, any other questions for group 1? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to give you a good long lunch break here, and we're going to put 45 minutes on the timer here, so hopefully enough time to get out and get outside and get something to eat. What we're going to do when we come back is dig into these vision cover stories. So I know these were fun, hopefully had a bit of fun, but we really want to talk about what kinds of themes were coming out of this, you know, you as thought leaders for the city and the community on transit. And what are these things that are really important? What are the kinds of impacts that you want to have? So we want to dig into that a bit more when we come back, and that'll feed us into thinking about what priorities will help make that happen, the things that you want to focus on as a board. So that's where we're headed this afternoon. Before we go to lunch break, any questions about where we are or where we're headed? Anything that you need?
I had a question
Sure.
in terms of what we're going to be, are we going to be talking at all? I mean, obviously, we're looking at what are our goals for the whole CIS for Go Raleigh. Are we going to be talking at all today about our board itself, like goals for our particular board, our roles as board members or anything like that? I don't know if there's time for that. I'm just wondering.
So is that something you'd like to do? Just thinking about how you want to work together as a board, or just getting some more clarity on roles and responsibilities? Maybe say a little bit more, Karen. What would you like to make sure you do?
Well,
because we do have some flexibility this afternoon.
Obviously, the board are not the people that actually run the system. And we have many people who do that. And we have a limited impact on that. And in fact, even as decision makers, you know, the ultimate decision makers for all of anything that we're even talking about really lies with the city council. So in terms of our day-to-day functions at our meetings, you know, how much of an impact do we have on the transit management? How much of an impact do we actually have on the decisions that are being made about rolling out the bus lines and how that's happening? And I mean, we're all doing this because we're really passionate about public transit and we want to see it succeed. But, you know, then we have our meetings, both in committee and also in the full board. And a lot of it is informed, but also, you know, what's our ultimate job? You know, and just one case in point is we've been spending a lot of time talking about our management system and hearing a lot from staff members, employees, and also people in the public concerned. Do we even have a job? You know, what's our purpose? What's our role? You know, you know, how far out can we step and speak versus just, you know, being a connector to the city council or not? I mean, I don't mean to be opening up a can of worms, but we have a lot of new members. Yeah. And it's, you know, like I said, of course, we're all passionate. We care about our employees. We care about the transit, but our role is, you know, more limited.
Yeah, so if I could, Warren, real quick.
Yeah.
Internally, and not just at a transit staff level, at a much larger level, we kind of discussed, you know, what would happen at the retreat, and that certainly came up. We were thinking about going through roles and responsibilities, and really getting into the technical side of do's and don'ts and where boundaries are, and we felt like that would eat up so much time that we really wouldn't be able to get today, you know, what we were looking for today, which is, you know, if we were to choose what our vision for, you know, for Go Raleigh or for transit in Raleigh is, you know, what is that vision and what are those elements that we can influence either directly or indirectly in order to achieve that goal? We did also decide, though, that it's very important for us to come back to you at a meeting or a special meeting and do just that, Karen, is we want to make sure that everybody's really clear on roles, responsibilities, and implementation and how those things occur. So that was a kind of a deliberate step there. It might have been a deliberate misstep on my part. But I thought that again, that is almost a full half a day session itself, just to make sure to vet that out carefully and clearly. So again, that's why we didn't plan to go there today. Now, if there's anything that I can answer today in those lines, I think that what you said has a lot of, it's not a linear thing. There's lots of branches to that, where decision points are yours, and then there's branches of that which decision points are someone else's, and you're in an advisory role. So it really depends on which path you take and what elements you're discussing. And so that's why that's pretty complex.
I mean, I get that. I just wanted to, I just wanted to know if
Well,
that's.
that is a great point, and quite honestly, I probably should have put that in my introductions in the beginning. But that was somewhat deliberate because we knew that that is a complex discussion, and that will take some time. And we are committed, depending upon, certainly from the board's perspective. If you would like for us to have another special session early in 22, we can do that, or we can dedicate time at committee or at transit authority meeting, however the board would like. But certainly we can do that.
And David, do you want to just give an example of the kinds of things that are within this board's more direct influence, and as opposed to things that are more indirect? That might be helpful just to put that in folks' head.
Yeah. So again, there's a couple of different layers. So if you're talking about Wake Transit, this board is an influencer on Wake Transit services, so it can influence decisions that TPAC and those governing bodies make regarding Wake Transit. For City of Raleigh general funded services, traditionally this board has made the decisions regarding routing and frequency. However, council does have they do that within existing budget authority, obviously, but council always does have the opportunity to veto. I've never seen that happen necessarily, but certainly council is the ultimate authority. But generally speaking, this body has made, for general fund funded services, it has made those decisions regarding routing and frequency, things of that nature. Certainly, again, this body makes decisions regarding where we put our facilities and under what circumstances we place our infrastructure, such as bus stops. And that just happened at the Finance and Policy Committee this week. So as those things, again, it really depends on if it's either an advisory role or whether it's a decision-making role. But even if it's a decision-making role, realize that council does have veto authority over any decision because they're ultimately in charge. So again, that's why it's a little complex and it's got a lot of branches to it.
Warren, I don't want to keep us away from lunch, but I did want to say, I realize that we will talk about our role at another point, but I think it's important for us to be thinking within this discussion after lunch about how to keep this board relevant, because of that factor of the fact that city council does have veto and will make some decisions on their own. I think it's really valid for this board to be thinking about the larger sections and the larger issues and the visioning of that, rather than concerned with necessarily individual decisions all the time, which I think we do. But I think our chair has been pretty good about talking about, how our decisions impact the land use around. And I think that that's something that we need to be thinking about. And that's how we're relevant in this day-to-day.
Great, thanks, Nathan. Any other questions or thoughts at this point? All right, so what we will do is we'll put a timer up on the screen. We'll keep the meeting open, and we'll come back after lunch. We'll see everyone back just after 1 o'clock. If there's anything you need over lunch, feel free to just put a message in the chat, and the team will all be able to respond. So with that, hope everyone has a great lunch, gets outside, and we'll see you all back in about 45 minutes. Thanks.
I'm looking at the camera. Well, what do we?
Hey, Mason, I think you might be beeping. Thanks, Mason. All right, we'll go ahead and we will get started here. Welcome back, everybody. We'll give folks a few minutes to get back online. Joshua, I think it may just be you and I. No. Hope everyone had a good lunch. So I think we've got Jennifer Truman. Are you on? So let's just do a quick check here if we have folks on. All right, Latonia, are you with us?
I am.
Okay, great. We got Nathan is back. Tululepe, are you also back on? All right. And David, are you back on as well? Okay, David's with us. All right. So welcome back, everyone. What we want to do is continue on with the discussion we're having about your vision and taking a little bit of a deeper dive into the cover stories that you did. And again, the reason why this is important is as a board to be really clear on what it is you want transit to do and be in Raleigh, what you aspire to impact. And what we're going to do is just spend some time getting a better sense of what the themes are. So if we do kind of a quick refresh, we had one group that shared Go Raleigh, connecting people to where they want to go, and had some of the headlines and statistics here. And then we had the second group, and we'll go ahead and we'll share that. The second group headline was DOT approves the BRT corridor along 70 between Durham and Raleigh. So just to again set the stage for this conversation. So when we think about what is that vision that you aspire to, and I'm going to go ahead and just use our whiteboard here, and I'm going to capture some notes as we go through this. All right. So when we think about envisioning transit in Raleigh over the next 10 years, what will transit do? What will transit be? What are some of the themes that came out of those cover stories that you all worked on before lunch? Let's take some notes. Again, what is it that you want Raleigh Transit or transit in Raleigh to do or to be? What were some of the themes? I want to open it up to folks.
Serve everybody.
Serve everybody. Yeah, and Joshua, just maybe say a little bit more about what that means to you, or what you think that means to this board.
That all the citizens of Raleigh are included in the decision-making process for where we want transit to be, that it's accessible to all, that it's ideally, eventually fare-free, full-time fare-free. Yeah.
Good. Anyone want to add to that?
I would say reliability and frequency.
So let me, Nathan, if I could just stop, so reliability means what to you?
It means being able to walk up to a bus stop and know that this bus is coming, but more so have confidence in the speed and frequency of it. So basically the ability to not necessarily have to carry a schedule with me all the time.
Yeah. And some of you talked about your experiences like that in some of the cities that you've lived previously. The other part, Nathan, about, you said reliability, and then I think there was a second part.
Yeah, frequency, which is similar, but in the same vein of the fact that the frequent route should be 15 minutes or less. The less frequent should be not more than 30 minutes. And that our system should not just work off of bankers' hours where, the peak time is the most frequent, and outside of that, it's an hour long. But it's 9 o'clock before the bus starts going hourly.
Yeah. So it serves everyone. It's reliable. It's frequent. There's frequency. What are some other themes that came out of what you want transit to do or transit to be?
That it, connects to jobs and services.
Job services. I think previously you all talked about you know, or if it's education or healthcare or things like that. Is
Yeah,
that?
or it's not just jobs and services, it's also public amenities like parks and the arts.
Yeah.
And activities.
Right. I think that's something, Linda, that you mentioned in your story.
Yeah, amenities definitely. And I think it fits right in with frequency, because I hope our vision is that it's, you know, it's reliable and it's weekends as well as work times, that it can be relied upon to enjoy Raleigh as well.
In this category, this is just like a very specific idea that I've been holding on to for a couple months now that I got an email about. But I said I'd bring it up during this session. I would like to see a map, and maybe this is through marketing, or I don't know, a map of all the of Raleigh with the free things to do, like the NCMA, some of the museums downtown, anything free that we can think of, with like either a map of the bus system or like links to what buses go to those, free amenities. And that's under probably connectivity, I guess.
Yeah, let me move that over to connectivity. Yeah, good.
In terms of frequency, I would add also that they, not just weekends, but also night times, so that it's accessible for people that are going out for night outings and want to take the bus into downtown and out to their houses. And in the connectivity area, I would also say that it provides enough connectivity for people to use it instead of cars, basically. So it's not like I think at this point we have a lot of sections of Raleigh that are not served, and I think it would be nice to provide connectivity throughout.
Good.
I'd also add a category of climate focus. I mean, if we are going to be serious about the idea of addressing climate needs, switching to a bunch of electric cars is not a solution. It's a wealthy cop-out. Most vehicles on the road are about 11 years old. So it forces, it's got to be, we've got to build a reliable system so that we can reduce emissions and really address climate issues.
A great transit system will help the climate, is what you're saying. It'll help address climate challenges that we have.
But it's also the vehicles that we use. I mean, moving towards all green vehicles.
So you're talking about the buses themselves being green?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
I want to add a category that's like constantly evolving. And I'll explain it. Like, I worry that we'll get to the end of our 10-year plan and then have to start a whole new plan from scratch. Like, I would like overlapping plans. So, you know, by the time we get to the end of our, you know, this Wake Transit plan, everything's accomplished. We're already 2 or 3 years deep in planning for the next thing, so that we're not like stopping and starting, that we're just continually evolving.
I'm pretty sure that's part of CAMP, since we're part of CAMPO, the Capillary Metropolitan Planning Organization. That's all part of the long-term transportation planning. So they're always moving that date out. But I mean, I'm saying I think that is happening all the time.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. Was that David?
Yes, I was, but I think a board member had something there. They can go ahead. I'll fill in at the end.
Yeah, and I just wondered if we could just discuss this a little bit more, constantly evolving, what else that means. kind of what that means to you and why that's important.
So what I was going to do, just for context, is we came off of a Wake Transit Plan update, which did take it to 2030. So it matches up with our long-range transportation planning process. But the plan is scheduled for updates every 4 years. So that will be a recurring cycle of updating the Wake Transit Plan along with the physically constrained model every 4 years. And then a lot of things actually feed into that as well. Currently, there's a regional short-range transit plan. So pretty much every transit system in the region right now is coordinating on a short-range plan to help us look at our existing services and what we might be able to feed into our respective countywide services and regional services as we update our plans. So just a little context of kind of how we're tackling that currently.
Thanks, David. So your vision serves everybody. It's reliable. It runs frequently. The connection that it provides, climate focus, constantly evolving. Other aspects that you talked about in your cover stories about what you go ahead.
I would put that in a category of equitability, or that it's equitable, and by that we're talking about the routes of transit, the decisions we're making as an authority. It's our relationship with housing or planning when we're starting new routes or new services.
Good. Okay. Anyone else want to build on that?
Well, also, I guess it comes under equitable, but it's also under just good land use planning, so that we're connecting housing with the transit, housing and businesses with transit. So it's just smart growth planning, so that, which is part of being equitable as well.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just make a link between those two, smart growth planning. So you're saying, Karen, it's linked to how you do housing, how you do land use planning,
and density.
Okay.
Yeah, and that category of land use planning directly affects the climate factors, because most emissions by people are done by trips 3 miles or less. So it's running out to get the milk, getting diapers or stuff like that.
Yeah, just drawing some connections here. What are we missing here in this picture? Anything when you think about what you want transit to be over the next 10 years? I mean, is this a compelling, we can add more, certainly add more bubbles here. We're not constrained.
I think a transit system should be beautiful and well designed.
Oh, that's great.
With excellent wayfinding techniques, beautiful stations, all that kind of thing.
Clean.
Clean. Yeah. And why is that important?
Because I think it's important because it increases ridership. People want to ride it. I think it's important because transit shouldn't be like a second class thing to riding in a car. It should be the premier, like the thing that people want to do because it's excellent, as well as all the other things that we have here.
It also keeps it safe. You know, people are going to protect the things that they respect. They're going to make it their own. I think within the beautiful, it's got to also have connection to cultural interests, like neighborhood history or cultural history.
I think it also has to stay current with technology or innovative. So like having Wi-Fi on the buses, or if there's any other, like we're talking about bus technology as we enhance our stops, that can make it easier for our ridership, that keeps us with the times. So our bus system should be not just up to date, but maybe even ahead of date.
And that would be its kind of its own category, right? Just things around keeping up with technology.
Right.
Okay.
It might be its own category, and part of what I was thinking when we were talking about equitable is that people really know about it. That, and it is PR, but I think as we move forward, it's really, really important that we make sure people understand, how it's improving, how reliable it is, that we really can communicate. Obviously, everybody doesn't have access to Wi-Fi right now, but we do need to address how do we communicate to everybody where they are as we're improving and moving ahead.
So Linda, when you think about people really know about transit, you're talking about people who are choice riders, people who already ride it. Tell me about, like, who is that person, or who are the people that you're thinking about when you say that?
I think right now it does include, like, the big category is choice riders, but also I think people who have depended on bus transit there's a category of people who I think have given up, or maybe believe that they can't rely on the bus, and so they are doing Uber, or piecing together ways to get to and from where they want to be. And I do think that's part of what we want to do immediately is just keep informing people who need to ride, but also people who don't even recognize, that it is the choice, that we keep advancing the accessibility at the same time that we're advancing the technologies.
Great. So we're trying to build out this picture here, this kind of North Star of where do you as an advisory board, as the thought leaders in Raleigh about transit, what is it that you want transit to do, to be? These themes here, serving everyone, reliability, frequency, the connection that it has to services and amenities, climate focused, it's constantly evolving, equitable, smart growth planning, beautiful and well designed, current with technology. People really know about transit. What are we missing anything, or is there something that we need to try to frame?
Ken Truman put a couple thoughts in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Hey, Jennifer. So connection to essential services, grocery, healthcare, job centers, and also the obvious way to get to, the easy and obvious way to move and the last mile. So there's a couple different things here. So maybe Mason, if you could help put these up on the board.
Well,
So
the first point is already there under connection to jobs,
Yeah.
services, and amenities.
I think we've got that covered, but how about some of these other themes? The easiest, obvious way to move. And maybe that there is some, maybe there's a bit of a link with what you just said, Linda, you know, sort of people know about it. But is it, and Jennifer, do you want to say any more about this? Are you able to get online?
Can you guys hear me? I wasn't sure my audio was working.
Yeah, it works great. Yeah, say a little more
Okay.
about these.
Yeah, I think I was like thinking of the same thing Linda was thinking about, like when I said easy and obvious way to move, like that applies to choice riders and need riders. If it's just the obvious way that you get around town, then it doesn't matter why you're taking the bus. But I also think that that same idea applies to like what you do before you get on the bus and after you get on the bus. Like we've talked a lot about whether we have benches or not. We talked about scooters and things like that. I think the better that our vision can include those last mile connections and actually get people to the bus stop and from the bus stop, that's important for us to include.
Yeah, maybe we can have a separate category here around last mile, you know, last mile connections. Good.
So I'm not sure what municipality it is. I have to look it up, but there's a municipality in Wake County that's micro transit is being paid for by Medicaid because of the need for medical services. So I think that that sort of hones home like the need and medical, like the need for connection to medical, but also like how diverse that hits a population.
I think that's Wake Access, and then it's also the different municipalities have different access, but it's Wake Access, and then Go Raleigh has one too, but it's not connected. I will tell you that. But I would say on the connections, also not just going from work to home, but actually having connections through the city where you're not always going to a station. So we want cross-link connectivity, basically going north, south, east, and west, where I can transfer a bus at any point in time without going to a hub. So that may be something.
I think that's excellent.
Because we always think about going from home to work, but there's also stuff in between to how to people have to do in between.
And we shouldn't have to go downtown to change around.
Absolutely. Another point I wanted to bring up was definitely communication with the riders, not just existing riders. We want to communicate to new riders and make it accessible to find Go Raleigh, which I've talked about within the regional transit plan, but sometimes Go Raleigh doesn't make it easy to find a bus stop or directions or communications on how to ride the bus.
So is that also kind of building on Linda's idea? So people know about it and it's easy to find the information that you need. Is that?
I wouldn't say it's easy. It's okay. It looks easy, but within the system, it's complicated and it shouldn't be. So I would say the communication on how we navigate the maps, how we navigate the tools, it's our internal tools. So that's what I was talking about, communications, like how do I get to Crabtree? So if I look at the map today, that's not quite an easy task from where I am.
Yeah.
Because if I'm new, I don't know where I am. I know the street, I know where I want to go, but I don't know the bus numbers. That's what I'm saying. So I wouldn't know what bus to take. I know what street I'm on, but otherwise, no.
So your vision is that it's gonna, in the future, it will be easier for riders and people that are interested to know
Yes.
how to navigate.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Me and Linda's on the same page. We already talked about that.
Well, these are important as you clarify these and just articulate these. It really helps to think about what kinds of things matter, what kinds of things you want to work on that are, that need to be addressed today. So it's really helpful to go through this.
I think they could also be added to staying current with technology, because if we had like an app or up-to-date website, that might ease some of the lack of awareness or, hardship in navigating.
So in the future, 10 years, there's going to be an up-to-date website. And that's going to link these two
Yeah,
things.
I was hoping there'd be an up-to-date website and our own Go Raleigh app, travel app that shows the buses, shows routes, maybe even shows free things to do around those routes, kind of encompasses a lot of this, talks about ways to stay safe or green, or even with COVID and in 10 years, who knows where we'll be with this in 10 years, maybe even adding, technology around making sure the air stays clean on buses and, safer travel to keep people healthy on the bus, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess under constantly evolving, it would be technology, because we don't know what that will look like necessarily. And Go Raleigh plays a lot of catch up. It's not ahead of a lot of that, and it needs to be.
I'm just making a link.
I was just going to say, I really loved the website that we looked at earlier today, where it showed, so much information about each bus stop, and you could look at it macro and see which bus stops are updated and which are still yet or scheduled for updates. That kind of information where somebody new or somebody just visiting Raleigh could say, oh, I'm here on Tucker Street and I want to go to Dick's Park. And you just put that in, just like you do now with Google Maps, and it would show you, take this bus to here, then go there. I think that's what we're all talking about. And that really would be, it looks like there's an incredible skeleton there that lists all the buses. So just evolve, that continually evolving as things improve would be amazing.
I'm just going to link these two. Yeah. So do we feel like we've got a clear, just call it sort of a North Star that we're, that we were aspiring to here? Anything that we want to clarify or add to?
This is Karen Ringe. I don't know if this needs to go in here, but just a system that really has strong public support. Whether it's from decision makers like elected officials or just, the community says, yeah, this is valuable and we're going to keep funding it. And we're going to use it.
I feel like that stuff goes under reliability. People will complain about trash pickup, but they need it, and it's part of what the city's promise to people is, and they are willing to pay for it, no matter, even if it's a difficulty, they're willing to pay for it. And I think there's an ability for transit to be that way. It is that way in other cities.
Mm-hmm. really appreciate your digging into this. I mean, is there anything else that we feel we would want to add to this?
I just have one other thought, and I don't know how exactly it would be categorized, but I think that focusing on the experience of being a writer is a really important guiding light, like the and viewpoint to look at the decisions we make in. So just as I think about, it's not a tangible thing, but using that as a guiding principle.
So in your ideal, what is that experience? How would you?
I mean, it probably manifests in like, you know, a lot of actual like engagement with writers as we make decisions. But I just think like sometimes we're disconnected from the writer experience, and that's what we do this for, and what some days I would ride the bus and experience something different than we were talking about on the board, right? And minor little things, but I think just keeping that as a guiding principle is something important to have in this picture.
Yeah.
I would also, I don't see it mentioned, and I don't think we mentioned it, but might be in the connections to jobs and services. But I think it is also important to emphasize the connection to other transit systems.
Okay.
So like other train or whatever we end up doing in 10 years.
So trains.
At this point, that's all we got: trains and BRT.
Trains, planes, maybe.
Yeah, but I guess I'm hoping for a future where there's more connections between what you get off one transit system and you hop on the bus to get to your job, or vice versa.
Right, because we know that people don't just stay in Raleigh, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
They move around.
Going from Raleigh to Durham, for example, or Durham to Raleigh, and then getting on the bus to go home.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great, great build there. So this looks a little messy, but you've got a lot of really good thinking here. I mean, I think one of the things that's exciting is there's a lot of alignment. It seems like there's a lot of alignment. You know what you want. You know what you're aspiring towards, and that is not all boards have that. So that is exciting. And what we can do is we can, certainly coming out of this session, we can clean this up into statements that really you can take another look at, that really help create, some guidance that'll help if the ideas that you're thinking about are going to take you towards these aspirations that you have. So think of this as a first draft that will come out of this, and we'll continue to work on, and you'll have another chance to look at it. But I would say we've probably done a pretty good job here, unless there is anything else that someone wants to add.
I really love this. I'm so new, but I also am somebody who I think baby steps. I think, what can we do in the next quarter? What can we do, immediately? And this is fabulous. This really would be great guidelines to consider for everything we consider moving forward, to make sure we're still on track to what we envision.
Great. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to shift to thinking about what are some of the things you would like to do. What are some of the priorities you'd like to set that are going to help move you forward? And I'm going to shift over to this next segment. We're going to give you a chance to go back into some breakout groups to think about this. And David, I'm going to ask you to come on again as well, if you're there. David, let me know if you're on.
Yes, hopefully you can see me.
Yeah, okay, great. So what we want to do is think about what are some of the next priority initiatives, what are some of the next things that you as a board really want staff to work on or want to influence that you think are going to help move you forward. What are those big ideas that you have? And David, maybe say a little bit more about the kinds of things that the board can more directly influence, they can direct, as well as some of the things that might be more, that the board can influence, so that we can have the board think about those ideas.
Yeah, so certainly that kind of falls into a couple of different realms there. Everything we do probably in some way is impacted by budget. So certainly things that we can do within our existing budget, certainly those are from a board standpoint, whether that's directing, staff to build more shelters or benches with lower thresholds with ridership per se. For an example, we just came out of the Finance and Policy Committee. That committee is recommending to the full board in January that we lower our bench threshold to 3 boardings a day for something to qualify for a bench. So we're going to make sure that we carry that forward. Certainly, we can't do all of that at once because it has financial implications, but that gives us a priority at staff. We can start to map that, price that, and we can build a capital program over years to make sure we reach that goal. So that's something that's very concrete that the board has done or is doing right now that is influencing staff to take those steps to develop that infrastructure. Something that may be more influential is I know that I heard affordable housing many times today. So land use and affordable housing, and how does affordable housing and transit link together to be successful? And so the transit authority's role isn't necessarily housing in neighborhoods, which they're in charge of affordable housing and housing within Raleigh. But certainly the transit authority can still value the importance of affordable housing and transit, and it can direct staff to bring information or other, basically information to them that will allow them to be advocates for elements which they support. Many times boards or commissions will be in favor of other boards or commissions activities. And sometimes some boards and commissions are not in favor of certain activities of other boards and commissions, but council listens to all those boards and commissions, very much. And so you can influence decisions, even though it may not be your direct responsibility. So don't ever underestimate your collective power as a body to make, those influential comments regarding other bodies' work. So again, that's just 2 examples of how you can take something and really, run with it yourself or allow staff to run with it with your guidance. And then how you might take something that's really not in your direct implementation role, but you can certainly influence that. And we'll help you do that if we know what it is that you're interested in.
Thanks, David. So I'm going to share my screen here and give you the instructions for what we want to do. So the question is, what are the next priority initiatives for Raleigh Transit? What are the things that you think about that vision? What are the things, and you think about where you are today, what are those things that you want to direct staff to start working on? What are those policy ideas or infrastructure, facilities, service provisions, or workforce items? What are the things that you think are most important to direct staff to work on? We're going to give you up to 5 for each breakout group. So you'll have to do a little bit of thinking and a bit of prioritizing in your breakout group. And then we also want, as David said, we also want you to capture what are the other kinds of maybe more indirect influences, things that are important that maybe you don't have direct ability to do, but that you want to make sure that you're influencing. So we want to have some space to capture those as well. And what we're going to do is we'll put you into breakout groups, and we're going to have one staff member in each of the breakout groups with you. So if you've got some questions like, was this within our scope or outside our scope, you person to be able to answer those questions. But the staff's role is not to tell you what to do or not to, guide you. It's really about, when you think about where we are today, where you think Raleigh Transit is today, what are those things you'd really like to move forward? You'd like to direct staff to work on. So again, think of these categories as policy and infrastructure, services, workforce, and let's have some discussion to see what really rises to the top that you want to get to work on over the next 1 to 2 years. And I think, David, you said we're not worried about cost constraints at this time. Is that correct?
That is correct, because, and I say that as certainly cost is always a concern, but certainly we have discretionary funds. We have a new infrastructure bill. So if there are things that we can look for grants for or other funding sources, that might be possible. So I don't really want that to hold back the thought process. At this point, we can determine whether the funds can be found or realized as we look into it deeper.
All right. Any questions about what we're going to do here in this next segment? We're going to put you into breakout groups for, we'll see how far we get in about 20 to 30 minutes. And then we'll come back, we'll take a quick break, and then that'll be the last segment as we see if we can get a sense of what the most important things to work on are. So with that, I am going to go ahead and Mason's going to put you into breakout groups, and we'll let you know how much time you have left. We're also going to send you the Google Slides so that you can open up those links. And so, David, let us know who you want or which group you want to go into and which one. Hey, Mason, so go ahead and jump into the breakout groups and give them the slides. If you could. David, I'm going to go ahead and put you in a room, okay?
Sounds good.
Right, everyone, I just chatted out the Google presentation for Group 2.
And who would you like me to put in the other room?
David Walker.
All right.
David Walker.
Hey, Jennifer, glad you're back. You can go ahead and join breakout room 1.
Hello?
Pie, and I was like, who wants decaf? He's like, what's the point of decaf? Why do people drink decaf? I'm like, how about you say, no, thank you. Or
There's this temperament that occurs at about 83 that there's, I think it's just nothing's filtered, and it's just, at this point, I'm going to say exactly what comes to mind. And so I certainly have relatives that I relate with.
Hey, all, we're
It's not a
going to
bad
take
thing. I love them to death.
we're going to take just a quick 5-minute break and give you all just a chance to get up, get a stretch break, do a one thing break, and then we're going to come back and we'll have a chance to just see what came out of these breakout discussions. So I'll put a clock on, and we'll see you back in about 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome back. Still beautiful outside. Dangerous to take a break on a Friday afternoon at 2:30. That's 70 degrees. All right, do we have everyone back? If you're back, go ahead and turn on your camera. That way we'll know you're with us. I think David has stepped out for just a moment, but let's go ahead and if we can have each of the groups share, I'll go ahead and share my screen. So I have your ideas, and this is group one. So this was the group that was with David. And if you could just talk about these ideas a little bit more, and just help make the case for why you think these should be what you'd like to direct the staff to work on, and why you think these are most important to get started on right away.
Hey, I think I was elected spokesperson.
Is this Jennifer?
This is Jennifer.
Okay.
So we started out talking about the ideas that are things that maybe we built off of things we haven't been doing as well as we wanted to. And so a lot of the discussion was about what can we do to improve those things. And so one of them was to coordinate directly with other commissions, like the Planning Commission and the Bike and Ped Commission. We're also been making decisions that are parallel or directly influence each other's work. And it would be good to meet at least a couple times a year to discuss that. Similarly, idea two, in the same vein, is to have those kind of collaborative meetings with the other agencies like Go Carry or Go Triangle. Again, we're making decisions that influence each other, and staff might communicate, but we as boards aren't always doing that.
So Jennifer, just to make sure I understand, so the idea number two, the regional coordination, is essentially meeting with these regional groups like Go Triangle, like what was the other one that you said?
And maybe if someone wants to step in on this one, but I think the idea was just to have maybe reporting at the board leadership level on like what Go Carry is doing or Go Triangle is doing.
Okay.
Any of those sort of collaborative organizations.
Great, thanks.
The next idea, of course, Karen, always on point with marketing, about being able to kind of be more direct in our communication and marketing. We talked a lot about ways to have improved information available on our website. So it's easy to find if you haven't been a rider before, how you might take the bus, which bus you should get on, which kind of led to some of the other two ideas about having system maps at the bus stops so that you don't have to rely on your phone being charged or otherwise, being able to get to these digital resources that are out there, but not everyone always knows they're there. But that way, when you're standing at a bus stop and you're like, whoa, which side of the street should I be on, or where does this bus go? What could I see along the way? That you might have some of that information right there in front of you physically. And then just the idea that we could do a better job, we could prioritize the physical shelters and benches and bus stops. The observation that we hadn't updated our branding on our bus stops. We've been talking a lot about seat policy and improving some of those, what we call them amenities, but really they're essential parts of the bus experience at the bus stops. And then I guess there were a lot of influences that were parallel to our ideas. So do you want me to go into influences?
Yeah, go ahead and just walk through those.
We talked about land use and affordable housing as they relate to where we're going in our route maps and some of the density stuff we were talking about earlier in our discussion. Coordinating with the regional partners. We had a good observation that things that we decide on with our transit route affect our unhoused populations. because they utilize our system for a lot of different things. And so decisions we make might impact them. And I can't remember what else. Oh, and also we've had a lot of discussion lately about employee relationships, and we don't always have complete control over that, but that it is something that influences and that we do influence.
Mhm.
Did I miss anything, y'all?
I did want to add something more on the idea number 3 about better communication and civic engagement. I think trying to meet the challenges of how do we communicate with people how they are communicating in today's networks, that we need to, if we're using social media, we need to build it. We need to build our connections. If we're, we're trying some of that, like with our current Wake Transit Plan marketing, trying to build ridership campaign. So we're trying some new things, but we need to keep building. And I know it's not easy anymore because not everybody, we don't even have much of a newspaper to read anymore. So how do we reach more people?
So the goal of idea, the goal of idea number 3 is around making sure that the riders have the information they need? Is it around building public support or public engagement? Is it kind of all of these things? When you think about your end goal for idea 3?
It's definitely about public support, but it's about building ridership.
Okay.
And as well as having a good relation, good with our existing riders. But everybody knows that our system can only be successful if we're building ridership. And we're only going to improve we're going to improve our community. We're going to improve our environment. We're going to improve access and equity by increasing ridership and by having a really good system. But we need to tell people about it. Mm-hmm. We need to tell people about new services and new routes, and as well as services to come.
So when you look at these ideas that you have up here, these 5 ideas, where do they fall on the spectrum between relatively easy to do and really heavy lifts, really tough to do? I'm curious if you could, maybe say a little bit about that.
Well, if you're asking my opinion,
or the groups, yeah.
I think number 3 is maybe the hardest.
The hardest, okay.
I think number 5 and numbers 4 are more structural things that we are working on, but not as much as, not as good as it could be. And actually, I just realized we kind of left off a big priority, which is continuing to increase frequent service. But
okay, we have a secret place that we can put that up on the board.
Okay,
we'll give you an extra slot. Anyone else want to weigh on these ideas, just in terms of why you think they might be easy or difficult to do?
Well, I would say that it's none of these 5 are, even 6 with frequency, are exceptionally huge financial burdens. I mean, we're not talking about building a separate BRT or commuter rail route. We're talking something that will fill in and support the work that we're already trying to do.
Is that what sort of the sides to the main course sort of thing?
Almost more like going and using real butter rather than, I can't believe it's not butter. Like, we're actually using the real, engagement. We're doing engagement, but we can do more engagement. We can do better engagement. Yeah. We can coordinate better. Putting maps up in shelters is not it costs money, but it's not, we're not talking about like, a new bus. So.
Or building a new train line.
Exactly.
Yeah, good.
And Jen likes my butter reference, so I'm going to keep that one.
All right, thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and share the slides from the group 2 here. Just give me one moment. I'll put those up. Maybe if someone from that group would be willing to walk us through them.
I can if no one else wants to. For our first idea, it's kind of like a simple idea, like just a localized idea is what I mean. Increase north-south connectivity within the Beltline, i.e. between Hillsborough and Western and MLK Newbern. We have like these great radial lines that come out from downtown, but not a ton of buses that go in between. I guess in the western side, there's like the 12 or any of the NC State buses, but perhaps we can maybe better integrate with the NC State buses in like the maps software to link our services with the NC State buses to let people know that there's permeability between Hillsborough and Western. For idea 2, Karen said that she wanted this on their slide. We put it on our slide. Increased frequency and off-hour service. I think frequency like ties into reliability, because if your bus, if we happen to miss a bus, right, and the next one's 15 minutes after that, it's not a huge deal, or it's a big deal, but not a huge deal. But if you miss your bus, or if the bus skips your stop, or if the bus is not running on that for that particular hour, and you miss it and you have to wait an hour or wait 30 minutes, it's a much bigger deal. So I think frequency is a huge key in increasing ridership. Our third idea is intentional communication with existing and potential riders. There are ideas that we have a lot of city events, like things going on with Dix Park, things going on in Moore Square, things going on at the downtown Union Station, and either having like somehow cross communicating between the departments that are planning it. So transit can say, hey, these events are happening, and those events can say, hey, this event is, or whoever, those departments that are planning the events can say, hey, this event is happening, you can come using these buses, or these buses stop nearby. And then also intentional communication with new employers when they move to Raleigh. So there's obviously a lot of employers that are coming to this city, some in RTP, but also some coming downtown, just making strong efforts to say, hey, can you let your employees, your whatever employees you hire, know that these are the buses that come near you. And I know that y'all, when we used to pay for the buses, had the card that you would negotiate with employers. And I think that was a great program, and continuing that. Idea number 4, our group didn't quite understand the indirect influences section until like a minute before we shut down. So this is probably more indirect influence, but making Go Raleigh a great place to work. I know that, there's a union involved, and there's like layers between us and the employees, but I think that as a board and as a agency, continuing the messaging that this is our expectation for the company that comes in to manage, I think that's important, because that's an expectation that we as a board have. Idea number 5, this segued with the other group's idea number 1, better communication and collaboration with other city departments and with other planning entities. I think we also reiterate that, planning, we need to be meeting with the planning commission. It seems silly not to. Also with the housing departments and things like that within our city, it's these concepts are intimately linked, and to try and forge policy each separately siloed is counterintuitive. Like, we need to be meeting with these organizations, with these other departments, and making plans together. And then also with other municipalities like Campo, with Cary, Durham, all that kind of stuff, meeting with them to formulate plans together rather than just trying to forge ahead on our own. And then our indirect influences, this stuff we can indirectly influence through Idea 5, right? Affordable housing and new development and mixed use development along transit corridors. Like, these are things we can influence when we partner with other agencies and departments within the city. So, yeah. And if I missed anything or misrepresented anyone, please let me know.
Joshua, having heard the other groups, some of their ideas, what would be different or what would be the same around your intentional communication idea with the marketing that the other group talked about? Or would they be the same, or are there different pieces that you think would be important to pull out?
I think that essentially it's the same, right? We have to market ourselves and communicate with riders and with people in the city. They have to know that we exist, but they have to know how to get around. They have to know how to use the bus, etc. I think we have two like specific things that maybe I can't quite remember if the other group directly like mentioned our communication crossing over with other like city events. So like co-communicating to increase ridership and increase attendance at those events. And then also within new employers as they move. Like, those are very specific, but generally the gist is the same.
Okay.
I guess one thing I wanted to say is it's very similar to the other group's idea, but being really intentional about communicating the bus lines. Really one way to get potential riders is to let them know where the bus lines go, frequency, just communicating the good stuff that's already happening, because I think a lot of people don't even realize how much they could do with the bus system as it is. So many of the very same ideas in terms of just almost PR, just letting them know and letting commuters know that you could use it more than they might believe we could.
All right. So we've got these up on the board here. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen again, show you what we are looking at here. So we've got your group's ideas up here. Thanks everyone for doing that. And looks like we've got about 9 ideas that you put up here. And we're going to have you do a little priority setting here. So we're going to invite you into this whiteboard and actually have you click on these sticky notes. And that would be a way that you can vote on the ones that you think are most important to get started on now for this board. But before we do that, wanted you to look at these, and do we want to combine any of these ideas, or is there something else that this really prompts that you say, we really need to put this up on the board? And again, the goal of this is to give staff some guidance that they can take this and flesh these ideas out a bit more for you. So this won't be the last time that you're looking at this, but this gives staff some guidance that they can go away, frame these out, and then come back to you. But this will be the first step. Any thoughts on merging these, or anything you want to clarify?
Idea number 1 in the first box, and then idea number 4 in the second box can be kind of merged. Like, I mean, I just got an email from, I think it was, I don't know who, but someone in the city talking about station design for the BRT. And then everybody that was listed was all planning department people. And like, I think that yeah, I got the email, but like, just kind of, I didn't know that the planning department would take over the station design once the lines had now been set. So like things like that, where we're like communicating more about who's doing what piece and how we can influence the process.
Does that work for everybody? Joshua, just a suggestion to combine those ideas. Okay. Anything else when you look at this? Do we have, I think we've got everything up here. We currently have the communication as separate ideas. We can keep those separate, but you could combine those. Or
Yeah, I was going to ask Karen if the two idea number threes seem like they have separate goals or the same goals.
It seemed the same to me.
Oh, Karen, you're on mute.
Yeah, I think they're very similar.
All right, so we'll just combine those. Okay. Anything else? Does anybody want to just say, before we actually go and do the voting here, does anybody just want to just talk about what's going to help drive what you think is most important to work on now? What you want to make the highest priority for staff to work on? What your decision filter is?
I would say that for me, it goes from those two idea number twos are really the highest priority for me. Regional coordination and increased frequency. I think they go hand in hand. I think that if we can coordinate with the rest of the region, then maybe we can also figure out ways that we can, other agencies can help increase some frequency, and we can do better about connecting, and one bus drops off and another one picks up. But frequency is a really, really big one.
I was going to say that I think the coordination with other departments and commissions is a really important one because it's overarching. It's not like there are, as we expand these systems and we talk about some major changes in how we value different land use choices over the next couple of years, having a system of collaborating with the other commissions will allow us to get the small things right. It's really a pretty structural shift that I think could be very impactful.
Jennifer, anyone else want to weigh in on what your thinking is as you try to prioritize? All right. Well, Mason, do you want to give instructions for how we're going to do this? In short, we're going to invite you into this whiteboard. We're going to send you a link and have you vote. But Mason, go ahead and just walk us through how this will work.
Yeah, I'll walk through real quick. So I'm going to send the visitor link in the chat in a second. And when I do that, you can click on that link and you'll be in the mural board. And all that we're going to ask you to do is to vote, and that's just going to entail clicking on one of these ideas that you see in front of you. And once you click on it, it'll cast your vote, and you're going to have 3 votes to cast. You can cast all 3 votes on the same idea if you wanted. You can cast them on one idea each or any combination. If you vote for something accidentally that you didn't mean to vote for, just right click on that thing you voted on. It'll give you the option to remove that vote, and then you can recast it how you want. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Just if you see an idea that you like, click on it. That will be your vote. And then after all the votes are cast, we'll come back together and look at those results. If you had any other additional instructions about just thinking about voting, Warren.
Yeah, and again, this isn't making a final decision, but it's getting a sense of where your energy is, what you think is most important, and giving staff some guidance so that they can come back and flesh these ideas back, and you'll have another conversation. So you're not making any final determination here. So with that, let's go ahead, Mason, and put the link in. And if you have any issues, any challenges with this, let us know. We can always manually do this. We're just trying to get fancy here with some of the tools. And again, just vote on the orange stickies, not on the indirect. Oh, and you don't need to use the dots. You can literally just click on the sticky note.
Whoa.
Okay, so the voting session should begin.
I'm having trouble doing it. I don't know how to.
Yeah, my screen is dark and it won't let me click.
And you click, the dots are very small and they're in the upper right-hand corner, it looks like, at least for me.
Yeah, sorry. Who's not able to join or cast their vote right now?
I am not.
Linda. Okay.
Well, I don't know if I'm not doing it right.
Yeah.
I can't figure it out either.
Okay, not a problem. Let me send the link again and see if that'll help. And if not, we can move those black dots to your votes.
Yeah, we can do this. Just if you want to put in the chat where you'd like us to move the dots, let's just do that. We'll try to make this easy. So you can just say breakout room 1, idea 2, or breakout room number 2 idea. Just let us know and we'll go ahead and move those dots for you.
I think I figured it out, but now my computer's freezing.
Well, you know what I think it is? Now that it's in the voting session, it doesn't let me zoom. So I just can't, my screen size won't let me see the dots to be able to drag them over. I think that's what's happening.
Oh, yeah. Well, in this way, we're not actually dragging dots. You're just clicking on the sticky notes, but just go ahead and put in the chat.
Will do.
Yeah, we'll just use the chat. Let us know your top 3 and then we'll move those dots over. Yeah, Mason, let's go ahead and close the voting session.
Yeah, I definitely clicked on things because my votes disappeared, but I don't know what I ended up clicking on.
All right, we'll just go ahead and put it in chat. Mason, you and I will just move the dots around. Sometimes it takes a practice session, but we don't want to make this take too long.
I've lost my ability to chat. I can't see how to click the chat session anymore.
So if you move your cursor down to the bottom, and you should see that bar that says security, participants, polls, chat.
No, it just has like a smiley face, follow visiting spider.
Oh, you're in the, actually, Linda, go back to the Zoom window.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you just go back to the Zoom window, and everyone is just putting in the chat what their ideas are, and Mason is moving those onto the spot.
My computer died. I didn't listen to David Eatman, and so I've missed something. We're not clicking on a document. We're just putting in the chat what our top choices are.
Yeah, just put your top 3.
Okay, and now I don't know where that document is now.
All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen. Can you?
Thank you.
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
So can you see, and if you just want to tell me, Karen, we'll go ahead and move those, or if you can put it in the chat.
Yeah, if you can, I just tell you, that would be easiest, honestly.
Sure.
Increase frequency. So breakout room 2, idea 2. Number 3, the idea 3, the just better communication and marketing.
So room 1, okay.
They're all good.
Oh, I know, Karen. But none of them are going away. Don't worry about that.
I guess I'm just going to go with number 5, the system maps at stops, and
Okay.
but they're
Mason,
all
did you get that?
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have has everyone had a chance to put their top 3 in the chat?
Linda, what idea did you vote for breakout room 2? I just have you wrote down as breakout room 2.
Oh.
All right, Mason, do we have everybody?
$21 votes cast.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you all. Sorry that was a little clunky. But you can see what you're looking at here. The top ideas, number 5, route systems map at stops and direction. And then the increased frequency and off-hour service were the top vote getters. And then you've got 3 votes here on intentional communication, and then the coordination and coordination with other internal and other partners. And again, none of these ideas are going to be going off the table, but I would like to invite David to just see if you have any question, because this is intended to help give staff some guidance on what's important to work on. And so, David, anything that you need or questions or just feedback that you have when you look at this list?
I would say that, part of me is excited because we seem to have, some great consensus around, areas of that the board would really like to see us concentrate on over the next year. It does appear that some of these are going to be, building relationships and fostering those relationships, which I think is fine. That's great. So that's the number one thing, is that I'm excited. The second thing is there's nothing here that I don't think that staff can't frame in some way and advance with some type of, I wouldn't say necessarily a deliverable in every case, but certainly make headway over the next year or so.
Yeah, and so just open it up to the board. Any just reflections, how you feel about this? Are you feeling excited, or are you feeling like is this aligned with what you think is important?
This is Karen Ringe. One thing I just wanted to comment on is I realized that 2 of the members of the marketing committee are not here today. So they might have voted on number 3 even more.
Yeah.
And I just say that because while I don't disagree with any of these priorities, I don't want that to get. I just think that is so very critical, and I think that they would agree with that. And we invite anybody else to be a member of the marketing and communication committee if they're not already assigned to a committee. I'm looking at the new board members, so because we need some new energy and new ideas.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Again, this is a preliminary gauge to understand where your interest is. Anyone else? Just board members? Any feedback on this?
I just want to say that I'm really excited about the increased frequency in off-hour service being a joint priority for everyone. Because honestly, I think that's really key to get people from all sorts of demographics starting to hop on.
Thanks, Sarah.
I was just gonna say, I'm the one person who voted for breakout room 1, number 4. But I really see that point and idea number 5 really probably meshing well together. So I think I'm really excited with both of these top 2 kind of priorities.
I think that we all, even in our breakout rooms, kind of had similar ideas of, what we wanted to see. So that's good. There's not too much variance.
Good. Well, we're after 3 o'clock, and I realize this is Friday, and you've been working at this all day, and so wanted to just go ahead and just open it up if there are any just reflections overall from today, or just anything that you wanted to make sure that you share with each other or with staff just about the work that you've done together today. Or if everyone's just exhausted, that's fine too.
Well, I'll just say that, Tallulahpay, and I think Tallulahpay's been on the board longer than anybody here. And then I think maybe me and Nathan. And I'm so excited with all the newer board members, and I'm bummed we haven't actually spent any time in person, but that, you guys are just have a lot of passion, and I think we have very similar visions. And I'm really glad about that, as we continue to circulate off the board, we'll still have great leadership.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on what Karen said. I think that I want to thank all the members for being so engaged where you could be. I know some of us had a lot of multitasking to do today while we did this, but I appreciate everybody's engagement in this process and all your great ideas and input as we try to make the transit system, better.
Thank you for putting up with my multitasking.
I was doing it too.
All right. Anyone else? Linda, this is your second meeting. You're going to come back for more meetings?
Yeah, sure. I really, just to add to what others have said, I'm really excited that there is consensus on a lot of this stuff. And I am just as passionate. I would be more passionate if we were able to meet together, but in person, but I am really excited to be part of this, and I have good hopes of what we're going to do together. So thanks for today, guys.
All right, Dave, anything else? Nathan, you want to go ahead?
I just wanted to follow up and say this is a good board. It's a good board makeup, but it's also it's a good board to be on. A lot of the boards like BPAC, I hear a lot of complaints that they can make ideas and suggestions, but they don't have any real influence, and it doesn't move things forward. We have real opportunity to do stuff, so stick with it and keep going with it. And when Karen, Tallulah Pay, and myself all roll off, you all be just fine taking this forward and keep rolling with it.
Y'all aren't leaving right now, are you? I mean, you're going to be on for a while.
Just a little bit longer.
Well, I think you were in the
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
I was just gonna say they got reappointed to 2 more years.
Okay.
Just a little bit longer, but I want to echo that. I think that I'm encouraged by this board that we have, and that the work that we've kind of shifted. I think our board has shifted over the years to kind of be very intentional and to have board members joining in as we transition off that are the same, but that we have time with you all before we transition off to rub off on you a little more before we go. So I am excited about the new members and the board that we have right now. So thank you all for your engagement.
David, anything else that you want to make sure you share before we close?
Well, I just wanted to recognize Mason and Warren with Fountain Works. Mason Chambly here has been working behind the scenes. You've seen him pop on a couple of times today, but he's been doing all the magic to make a lot of this stuff work. Warren is just like the facilitator master. We worked with Warren in actually a couple of different places, and he's certainly helped transportation in a number of realms as far as facilitating. If you can take, a group of individuals in a Zoom meeting and keep them from 9 to 3 and without them getting off and disappearing or running outside on a 75-degree day, you've done a pretty good job.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate all of y'all's help. Also wanted to say thank you to my staff who obviously put all of their materials together and were very thoughtful about the information that they presented during the orientation this morning. Just trying to let you all know what was there. That's not intended to answer every question. So hopefully, if nothing else, that will raise questions so that you will know what questions to ask us in the future, because that's why we're here. But again, just wanted to say thank you. But that's it for me, Warren.
Yeah, thanks. And we'll make sure we get the outputs from the retreat out to everybody. We'll send that over to David and his team. So you'll have some record of what you did today. And with that, I think we're adjourned. But I think you, the chair, Madam Chair, you need to maybe officially do that.
All right. Well, thank you all again for your time and engagement. Thank you for your energy today. I know it was a long day for us, but an engaging day. So thank you also, Warren, for putting together such an engaging retreat. I know it's not easy with us being heads on a screen versus in person to keep people engaged. So thank you for doing that. Thank you all for your patience and your time in this space. I will call our 2021 RTA retreat to a close at 3:12. Thank you all for your time, and I hope you all have a great day and go walk in the sun before it starts snowing tomorrow, because that's North Carolina weather for you.
Thank you, RTA board. Great meeting. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye.